7 o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. A gentleman by the name of Little Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos. And on this Friday, Steve Dossier, your friend, Jackson Burkett, has prepared a smorgasbord for you, Doug.
Okay.
Just sit back and eat. Papers, what do you have?
We have Joey Vitale at 8:15 talking about the Blues game last night. Oof. Gabe DeArmond, PowerMizzou.com, talking about the wild world of college football, post-National Signing Day, pre-championship week. And then true friend of the program, Charlie Marlow, will be calling in around 9:30 to talk Ohio State Buckeyes.
And NASCAR.
And I'll probably try to groom us on NASCAR like Jackson tries to groom us on the association. Last night I lost money because Jackson advised both on the air and at the Hubbard Christmas party to take the Lakers-Raptors under. And so I will be selling my hand, for lack of a better term, in a pickup truck behind a dumpster off of Hampton, where the old Windsor Inn used to be, Doug. They had to board it up every weekend because somebody would go through the front of it.
Oh, yeah.
To make up for the losses I experienced on taking the Raptors, Lakers under. Jackson, your apology.
That's why it's called gambling, you know.
It was a high-scoring affair.
Flippant.
Yeah.
123, 120.
LeBron didn't have 10 points.
No.
No, he did not. First time since like 2007.
That's right.
We gave out money on that NFL pick. Over.
Yeah,
Crushed the over.
You know, 74 was your point total on the Lions-Cowboys. And it was 54.5. And it was one of those moments I'm like, I can't go away from it, even though I know the public will be all over the over. Jackson said it. Sometimes the public is right.
Yeah, public's got to win sometimes.
But your NBA picks this week with gambling now in Missouri, those haven't experienced sometimes they're going to be right. And it's starting to become problematic.
Ice cold.
Yeah.
Ice cold.
The Blues were somehow favored to beat Boston.
Very intriguing.
What was that all about? I know Boston's got a couple injuries.
Blues were big favorites against the Ducks on Monday when sports gambling became legal in Missouri.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Why do the Blues hate gambling,
Alabama
Doug?
moved up in the college football playoff over Notre Dame, even though both won. Yeah. Sometimes it just makes you wonder. That's all I say. Sometimes it just makes you wonder. That's exactly right.
Okay.
Because I was thinking the same thing. You vocalized it. I wonder why the Blues. I know the Bruins have their injuries too. Doug, your guy Pasta, he went out there. Actually, he didn't know it
Didn't
there.
matter. Didn't matter.
Yeah, it didn't matter. Boy, we got a spot here. Text him with that non-ling. You know the non-ling.
Sure.
Before today's presentation, this is what the non-ling had to say. And I think it's an astute observation. How many times can Jim Montgomery call out the effort before it's taken as a cry for help? I mean, you're talking about more than a quarter of the way through the season, and you're talking about effort again in another lackluster performance in which the first goal was something that absolutely would be under the umbrella of effort. I would imagine, I haven't looked at the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. Today is your last day to get a text name for 2025. Jackson cuts it off at 11 o'clock. But I would imagine Harrison's brother Master has already texted, and it's 6 times, about number 25, Jordan Cairo, Doug. The dump-in didn't quite get into deep into the Bruins zone. They were able to capitalize, and off they go. And how do you do?
Well, I don't do very well. And now we're 4 games out of the wild card spot. So, no, I've been down in the dumps ever since. It seems so similar to what the Cardinals just went through, in that we're just, a third of the way through the season or so, and we're losing interest. There's just not much to get excited about. They don't have a star player. You can't put together a number of wins. They just don't play a very exciting brand of hockey, at least right now. And so it's just kind of depressing.
Bennington says they're building their game, Doug.
I don't
They're
know.
still building their game.
Someone better build something, because there's not much to stand on right at the moment.
I think Montgomery is sick of these guys. I'm telling you, when a coach calls out effort, that's pretty rare. But he's not naming names. Now, he was supportive of Bennington, but called out the team's effort. So there's not a whole lot else he can do.
They did take a couple shots from the ladies' tees that he didn't have much of a chance with. A couple of other slappers that were perfect shots that went bar Mexico on him. But still, that's 5 goals. You'd like to see the Blues get a few goals like that at some point. They just don't have the offensive talent. They just don't seem to have much offensive talent at all right now.
Robert Thomas was not out there for the final 11 minutes, certainly and understandably. Fans were wondering if that was a benching. Jim Montgomery addressed that after the game. Here is Jackson Burkett with some Blues post-game audio.
This game was out of hand, so there was no need to play him. Wasn't a benching. Was not a benching. Yeah, he didn't skate the last 2 days, so let's just continue to rest it.
All right. Got 14 and a half minutes of ice time. That's considerably less than he usually gets.
Yeah, didn't play in the final 11 minutes, and he said they hadn't skated, so they were just going to rest him because the game was out of hand.
That sounds like a guy who's dealing with a little injury of some sort.
Yeah.
Didn't skate for a couple of days.
You're welcome to call in with your frustration. 314-974-0101, Collier and Thompson phone lines. Also, email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way on this wonderful Stiefel dossier at 10:45. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Guns N' Roses tickets today, Papers?
No, sir.
Oh, Doug, you want to give away $101?
Of whose money?
Yours?
No.
How about $10.10?
I haven't got that kind of cash.
What about a check?
I did have it, but then the Lakers and Raptors decided to go over.
Yeah. Just, listen, it's going to happen.
Just like the Orlando Magic happened on Monday.
Orlando Magic, Hornets, it's all gone sideways, but it's okay. It's
Well,
okay.
hang in there.
You get it's a little cooler. We'll get paid on the weekend.
What do you got for us this weekend?
I'm not giving out. I'm going to take today off of giving plays out.
What is that?
away.
I'm
Selfish?
cold. When you're cold, you gotta see one go in the basket.
All the great gamblers just keep losing.
Yeah.
Try to catch up. Betting more and more each time.
Right.
I believe Joe Pesci encountered a guy at casino at a restaurant.
You call your dad and say, "Hey, Pop, I'm in a tough spot here, but I got a good feeling about this game this weekend."
Yeah, that's you never want to chase. You never, ever, ever want to chase. And so me giving out any play right now would be chasing.
Can we get an update on Jackson's 7-iron? That's from Jackson's Butt Fro.
We get an update on my 7-iron.
Did you practice yesterday? You
Yeah,
talked
me and
about
Tim went
practice.
out yesterday. We did some practicing. And, some improvements. Some things have been pointed out to me that I didn't know about my swing. And so some things to work on in the winter. So hopefully come next spring, I'll be hitting the ball a little further, a little more in the center of the club face, and just playing better golf. Isn't that what we're all trying to do?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, sure.
We went into the simulator, and there are 2 numbers that I was looking to see outside of the carry distance. Doug, of course, that's angle of attack with our irons. We want that to be a negative angle of attack, and then club speed. And here I am, what am I, like 6'3", 6'4"?
Every bit of that.
And 49 years old. Papers is 6'1". He was bragging about it yesterday on QFTA. 6'1", 180 pounds. I mean, if you put that in your Tinder profile, your Grindr profile, they're going to be flocking to you.
Really?
Yeah.
He's on Grindr now?
We don't.
No.
And he's 27 years old. And my club had speed 83, 85 miles an hour in that range with the 8-iron. And then I saw Jackson's was 72 miles an hour. And I thought, what in the hell's going on there? I know that's not a watch this, a width. And then he comes in narrow at approach and impact. And then he's wide as he exits. And they were working on that width. And then by the time he walks out of that place, the swing speed's back up to 85 miles an hour.
Oh, okay. Good for you.
Just like
that's,
that. That's why you buy the stock now. It's low. Buy.
That's why, yeah. So some things to work on. That's all I ever need. The lesson, might only be 15, 20, 30 minutes. But if you get some good tips and some good feel things, you can practice that for hours afterwards. Now you're practicing good habits. So that's the goal.
Okay.
Doug, are you going to buy some Jackson Burkett golf stock for 2026?
Well, I don't know.
Better than that Raptors bet.
You're not playing on the tour anywhere.
You can't.
What if we had a TMA tour?
You can't rule that out. Maybe this unlocks what I finally have needed.
I think you can rule it out.
Whoa.
I don't think you're going to make the PGA Tour.
No,
I'll put on the
TMA
hot take oven mitts right now.
Oh, you mother.
And here's the
Been a
take.
while.
You will not be
has been a
making the
while.
PGA Tour.
I could be the next Retief Goosen.
You won't be.
Jackson's attracted to Retief Goosen.
Well,
It was that Calvin
Well,
Pete
I
didn't
just-
take up golf till he was 30, I think.
Right.
Yeah. And he became a big winner on the tour.
yeah. I haven't seen the hot take mittens on you in a while. And
Yeah,
it's-
they look
good.
They just look fantastic.
17 degrees outside.
Yeah.
What's the take? The paint?
Well,
I
it's
won't-
that he's
I-
not going to be making the PGA
Is
Tour.
that hot?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say. Did you hear 85 mile per hour club speed?
What
on now.
would a big time pro have? What would his club speed be?
I actually asked that question of a couple gentlemen yesterday, and I would say he's a pro, but I think he's a +2, +2.5 handicap. And with his 8-iron, he was at 95 miles an hour on his club speed.
Okay.
Pretty fast.
Yeah.
All right, Doug, I'll wager you that he does make the tour.
Yes!
Now we got something, and if I lose, I'll sit on a billboard.
Can't we bet $500,000?
I was thinking gift cards to Slider House.
Oh, okay.
I think that sleeps with the fishes.
Yeah,
It's got a balance on the
perfect for a
card.
gift card.
You get a little snack. It's all the snack.
How can you go to school for golf and play the way you do? It just doesn't make sense. That's from Mr. Siders.
Went to school for 1 year, and that was almost 10 years ago.
But it was for golf management, correct? Or
Yeah,
was it,
I didn't. Yeah,
you didn't
I didn't
aspire to make the tour.
I wasn't a D1 golfer.
Were you on the golf team?
No,
But you said you had to be a certain ability level to.
to be a pro to finish the school, not to get into school.
Okay.
I don't care what Mr. Siders
No.
says. How
Brush
can you
it off.
play the way you do? I play just fine.
Yeah,
I
brush
just
it
don't
off.
hit the ball as far as I want.
That's right. You'll be fine. Bless your heart.
Thanks, Doug.
YouTube.com/TMASTL is where friends have gathered. Racehorse 90, 440 is Stephen and Jake in St. Genevieve. So there are some new friends in there, or maybe our old friends have just changed their names. I don't know. Just read what they're talking about, like Mo Taguchi and Kitty Bates and Tanner Skidmarks. They're in there and they're talking it over. Open up the YouTube app. Doug, you wanted to get to 6,250 subscribers.
Yes.
This week, we are at 6,240.
Oh.
Will 10 people subscribe to the TMASTL YouTube channel to get us there by the time 11 o'clock rolls around?
10. We got to give 10 in about 4 hours.
Let's offer something for number 250.
Huh. What do
Want
we
to show
offer?
your boy cleavage?
Get to hang with papers.
Oh, wow. Jackson immediately shook his head.
How's it about I come down there and hang with
The
papers?
whole weekend, they can stay at your place.
In what capacity?
Like
If it's a
watch some-
sleepover, hard pass.
Well, no, watch some hoop rock. For a quarter.
At my home?
Yeah, that's right.
No dice.
Okay, meet out, public establishment, for a quarter, hoop rock.
1 quarter.
1 quarter.
Show up for 1 1/3.
You just keep looking at your watch.
Yes, all right, deal.
Okay.
Is there a poly market for Libby Jack's golf game? I guess we can create one.
Can you? You just,
I think so.
all right. Do we set the line? Do we set the numbers?
So what are we doing? Setting your index in 2026?
Yeah.
And what is it currently?
9?
Oh, yeah, but you haven't paid for the subscription, so we need to.
I will this year.
Thank you. And what is that?
It's like $34.99. It's like $35.
Yeah, we got to be able to.
It's not a.
You
It's
wanna
not
do
a
a
lack of
GoFundMe?
funds. It's not a lack of funds. It's just it was a lack of effort.
Maybe I should sell these shares real quick.
Hey,
I don't think he's making the tour, frankly.
All right, you're going to eat those words.
Yeah, when he's got the green jacket on here.
Yeah.
Would you quit this job to go on and play on the PGA Tour?
Yeah.
You would?
Whoa, just happened.
Surprising.
Well, I guess I could do Mondays through Monday, Tuesday.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Skip
And then
practice
fly out.
rounds. Yeah.
Like a Rich Gould schedule.
Yeah, very rich Gould.
Chuckles Marlow didn't want the 7:30 slot. I know you were offering him 7:30 and 9:30.
Yeah, what's up with that?
Oh, you were the one communicating with
He
him.
said
on?
9:30 works better.
Okay. I think he's got the kids in the morning. Huh?
He's got a busy schedule. He was at Kenny Wallace's house/shop out back. He sends me a video, and there's hundreds of people just lined up in Kenny's garage.
Really?
I guess I think
a studio audience?
I think it was a studio audience. These guys are cooking.
And he's got a garage back there.
Got a giant garage.
Working on cars.
Works on his car that he still races, dirt racing.
Huh.
Big dirt race down at the Dome, Doug, this weekend.
You going?
No, but there's the Gateway Dirt Nationals. About 40,000 will be there. Let's
Really?
talk it up.
Okay.
Good to see the dome being used with dirt flying everywhere, Doug.
Now, dirt racing, is that an oval or they do a kind of an obstacle course?
They do an oval. They fit it right there in the middle of the turf.
Okay.
Was there a few months after. I think we had a live radio. I don't know why we were there in the press box, but it was a good 6 months after they'd had the Dirt Nationals. And you walked in the press box and there was about an inch of dirt on every seat, every chair.
Wouldn't you think that dirt would get sprayed all over the building?
Spray your dirt on me.
Oh.
You're the one who said it. Hey, Doug, we're not at 6,250 subscribers now. We're at 6,260. All you had to do was offer your boy cleavage, and seconds later, I looked down, and it's at 6,260. Tip of the cap, tip of the cap.
250, get in touch with me. I'll arrange the Papers Hoop Rock get-together.
There you go. Tip of the cap. Subscribe to the TMASTL YouTube channel. Yesterday, Jackson and I went live for about 95 minutes. Mm-hmm. QFTA. What is the title of...
What's the worst industry? ... Honestly.
It's called What's the Worst Industry?
Well, that's a big question.
What is a worse industry?
What is a worse industry?
Then what?
Than this one. But I was... But why did I go off on that? That was at the end. I got worked up about, I think, the 10-win thing in college football.
Yep, that was it. 10-win thing.
God, what an effing manual stimulation session that talking point is. This is the most... it was because James Carlton had texted me, and they cited that spreadsheet that I built of coaches in the SEC and their wins and losses, their total record against SEC teams that finish with a winning record. And that thing's still making its way around social media. But James was listening to a podcast, and they cited it like I had done a 60 Minutes investigation. And all I did was spend like 45 minutes and enter in wins and losses in a spreadsheet. And it was like, have you heard? It's like anybody can do this, but nobody does it because they're too busy on the Twitter tweets. They're on the Twitter. Doug, you know what they're doing? The Twitter tweets.
Twitter tweets, okay.
So it just shows that the industry is this clown show. And just for point of reference, the reason why it pisses me off is because the 10-win thing removes all context. You know why? Boy, Missouri's been winning 10 games here a lot, and they didn't do it before. Doug, you know why? Why is that changed?
Because they schedule 3 or 4 automatic wins at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, that's
they play more games.
And they play more games. What are we doing? Here, 50 years ago, 1975 Missouri schedule. Were you in Columbia at that time, by the way?
Not quite.
All right.
Not quite. Was going the next year.
Anybody want to take a guess who they opened up with?
I remember that they used to play USC and Notre Dame and Ohio State back then.
This year it was Central Arkansas. We also got a chance to see Louisiana. We also got a chance to see UMass. Mm-hmm. I mean, great times.
Right.
They opened up on the road at Alabama for a non-conference game on Monday night, and they won against number 2 Alabama 20-7. Then you assume, well, in the UMass game, you're going to take the next week off.
No, they didn't have those.
Nope. They went to Champaign, Illinois, and took on ILL and won 30-20. Well, then you got to assume at that point Central Arkansas comes a calling.
Hey, Buffalo.
Yeah, because we go to bowls around here.
Damn straight.
Nope. They hosted Wisconsin.
Yeah.
And they won that one. By the way, Missouri at that point, I didn't realize this. Of course, I wasn't born, but was number 5 in the country. Who knew?
It's almost as if they play big-time opponents, and it's fun for the fans.
And we don't use our hands on the fans and talk about a successful season with this 10-win thing that was only a standard when we started scheduling more games and against butt-ass teams. So they play Alabama, Illinois, Wisconsin. Then they travel to see Bo Schembechler at the Big House. I'm not making this up. They haven't even played a conference game yet.
Yeah, and it was like that for 3 or 4 years after that.
They got 10 wins. They got 10 wins. Well, if the Cardinals won 100 games every year, but they were scheduling 200 games, maybe the standard would change. Stop it!
Oh, goodness.
Here's a narrative I think we'll hear. If they win the bowl game, they've got an even 30 wins over the last 3 seasons.
Yeah.
I think that'll be a drink mantra.
You were hot, weren't you?
Darn right I was.
They want to get to 30.
I really liked that schedule when it was the old Big 8 because they'd play the 7 conference games, and then they'd fill in with 4 or 5 really good non-conference games. It was a great schedule.
I mean, you're okay with Alabama, Illinois, Wisconsin, and Michigan?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's pretty aggressive.
But even after they beat Bama, the committee said Mizzou didn't pass the eye test.
That was the eye test. And Missouri, which was number 5 in the country, wound up finishing 6-5. I don't know what happened to the 12th game. And did not go to a bowl.
No.
That's why going to a bowl was a standard. So I'm just trying to add some historical context, because apparently when I look into coaches' records and depth charts for kickers before season start, it's Mike Wallace sitting down with the Ayatollah caliber journalism. What an effing industry. That's why the podcast got the title.
Okay.
And this is not Missouri specific, but it's college football as a whole. But suddenly it's like, man, Missouri's got more 10-win seasons since 2000 than its history. Well, of course it does, because they're playing more games and they're scheduling butt asses, just like everyone else, by the way.
But you don't hear Georgia and Alabama, Penn State, Michigan talking about 10-win seasons. They talk about contending for a national championship. That's all they care about.
God bless them.
The years I was at Missouri, a couple of years after that, they were playing non-conference games against Ohio State, Notre Dame, and USC, too.
Did you get a chance to go to Amherst and see the foliage?
I didn't.
Yeah, that beautiful facility they have.
I remember the whole college, people were running around with the goalpost after one of those wins at home. I think they beat Ohio State maybe at home.
Did they take the goalpost down when they beat Central Arkansas? Was that a big
I don't think
miss?
they did. When's the last time the goalpost came down?
Oklahoma.
Doesn't?
I have to think. When else would it have?
13 against A&M, just because he went to the SEC championship. But I don't think he would take it down for beat. I mean, that was a good team. But
Now it's a huge fine if you do it, isn't it?
Yeah, I think
Massive
they
fines.
nail that mother pretty tight on there, too.
Nail that mother.
Well, if you got 500 people hanging on it, it'll come down.
It'll come down.
boy, Tim, that blue Cardinals cap sure is sharp. Can I come down to the station to see you? It's from Big Tuft.
Nope. No. Mm-mm. Nope.
You guys want to come to Charlotte for the Mayo Bowl? My daughter has a place down there. We can sling some mayo. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko. Doug, how about a remote down in Charlotte for the Duke's Mayo Bowl?
Well, I've always liked Charlotte, but I'm not going to go down there to sling mustard.
No.
Or mayo or whatever the hell I'm supposed to sling.
I think I lost money on the Hornets this week, too, didn't I?
Yeah, you go get her get back.
Who Papers learned moved to New Orleans, and then the Bobcats came about. Remember that?
I just thought
We
it
had
was like a
lively
name
debate,
swap.
Tim. I got schooled by Papers, even though he was wrong about NBA.
I just don't get how they
franchise
moved
history.
the team and then got a team back the next year. Why couldn't that happen with the Rams?
Well, it's a great question, and one of the
We'll get
key
into
parts
that.
of it is having executives who don't turn it over to attorneys who are incentivized by their contingency that gets them a third of the settlement.
Damn.
Just to summarize it real quickly.
Yeah, appreciate that.
No problem. You can text in with your winter of discontent, 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text inbox. And you can call in, 314-974-0101, Callier and Thompson phone lines. And then talk it over. The Nipper School Monitors in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat with 160 other friends. And Doug, now 6,260 subscribers.
That's just
What's
really
our
nice.
next benchmark? We go from there to 500,000 with Josh Pate State.
6,300, I guess, would be the next one.
6,300 is the next one. Subscribe to the TMASTL YouTube channel. The program's called The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
To the cup we rise. The city's behind us, heart so true. Every shift,
get you fired up.
every pass will
Not that much.
Just trying to get spirits up a little bit. You
How
know,
about this? Your station is too soft
For what? Too soft for what?
on Army. This is his roster and his terrible contracts. His retool is backfiring. If it wasn't for Broberg and Holloway, I would give him an F post-Stanley Cup. He's been wrong too many times. That's from the 618. Watch this. The man in this town is soft.
Yeah, we
it's an
are soft.
embarrassment. Frauds.
Oh,
There you go.
Well, he is
there-
having kind of a Mozeliak-type ending here. Things are crumbling towards the end, although it's really not clear what his role will be when Steen takes over as the GM if he is still president of hockey operations.
I wonder if they would think about like special projects or something.
Give him a new time VP.
Just listening and learning.
okay. All right.
Yeah, I think Army has to be held accountable for this roster.
When will he do the State of the Union? Do you need a loss in Ottawa and Montreal, and then the boys are back? And do you think a coach gets whacked? I'm not talking about Montgomery. Do you think a move is made?
I
These
think
are quite the
that's
same
probably
kind of
what
questions we've been asking
Yeah,
since.
I think there'll be a trade, and at that time he'll sit down and hash it out. They'll trade a veteran who's been around for a while, and at that point he'll sit down and have the State of the Union mess.
I think JR said that Army's new approach is to talk at the beginning of the year and the end of the year unless something really warrants. Yeah, I think if they got swept on this road trip, maybe you'd say, all right, it's not happening. Bernie Fedorko said on TV the other night that you get till Christmas to decide if you're in it or not. That was kind of his barometer for a hockey season. Claves has Flag Day, I think, for the Cardinals. Fedorko says Christmas, but that seems to be a bit away here in terms of looking at this club, Doug. Now, they're still right there.
Yeah.
They're just still right there.
But you know what else? They have the fewest number of wins of any team in the league. 9 victories. Every team in the league has more than that.
What does that do for the Vaughn Index?
Well, the Vaughn Index, you want me to run that? Let's see, they lost the last 2. 5, 6, and 4 at home. 25 would be the Vaughn Index.
Nice.
25. And how many points they got? About that. Yeah, about 25 points, too. So it's congruent. What we look for with the Vaughn Index is congruency.
Like that.
And that's what we're getting.
Joey Vitale will talk congruency coming up at 8:15 on the Steve Dossier.
In Ottawa, I would guess. Probably
Yeah,
flew
logistics.
there last night.
What a treat. Get your asses stomped and then enjoy the home of Jamie Rivers and Alanis Morissette, Doug. America's hats capital.
I had a brother-in-law who lived there for a while. Said it snows a lot.
Oh, that has to be awesome.
Snow up to your eyeballs. And so cold that it doesn't go away very easily.
who's your favorite Canadian?
My favorite Canadian?
Justin Trudeau is with Katy Perry now. Am I right on that?
Is that right?
I think so. She's supposed to be with us next week. In the studio?
Is that right?
Yeah. We're going to be talking about that space flight.
He.
That Bernie Fedorko would be right up there.
Good answer.
Chaser, John Candy.
Nice
John
play.
Candy's a really good answer.
Alex Trebek? Well, he's no longer with us.
That's all right. Neither is John Candy.
You know.
A lot of good comedians.
Dan Aykroyd.
Are you Googling?
No, I just know Dan Aykroyd's Canadian.
And he was born in Ottawa. I looked up celebrities born in Ottawa. There's Dan Aykroyd.
I like that he says beverage alcohol.
I do too.
You notice that?
Yeah, it's really
I
funny.
don't know what that's about. I just enjoy it. He doesn't say alcoholic beverage. He said, well, we had some beverage alcohol.
No, I don't care for
You
that.
don't like
No, I don't like that at all.
Alex Trebek was born in Ottawa, Doug.
Was he really?
Guys, it was a Hall of Fame worthy balloon party on the broadcast last night. They were hyping up how good the fourth line looked. The fourth line was a combined -5. Spin, spin, sugar. That's from Alan Dadeville.
Let's have a balloon party.
Were they really -5 for the fourth line? Every goal they're out there?
Well, I'll scream at Joey about that and the fact that he's not having his Christmas party. I got a bone to pick.
Or
Maybe
is that
he's
a big-
having it and
Yes.
you weren't invited.
I think it's all a big
Well, that means me and
charade.
Poling are both out.
Oh.
I think he's putting on a big front. Then you drive by there in a couple of weeks, there's people everywhere. There's a valet out front. Huh. The party that's not happening, huh?
What?
That's how you shake everybody.
What?
Circus tents, farm animals out there performing.
Gerbils.
Traffic jam. Looks like
Gabe's
Vitale's
with us at
party.
9. Charlie Marlow. Not Charlie Marlow AI, the real life Charlie. Is he calling or is he studio? He's calling.
He's calling it.
Yeah, he's not a studio guy. Doesn't have to. He's got it figured out. And then the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air's online at DesignAirService.com. Longest running TMA client, and if that furnace goes down, Doug, I was driving in 17 degrees this morning in St. Louis. Sweet mother of mercy. Design Air, DesignAirService.com. That's where you go should you run into issues with your HVAC system. Doug's a client. Martin's a client. I'm a client. For real. It's happening, man. My in-laws were over last night, and my father-in-law's brother, he was talking about how their heating system went out. Buddy of mine texted me, loyal listener. They introduced him to Seth right away. That's what you got to do. Just go to DesignAirService.com. Get it taken care of quick, fast, and in a hurry with Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of the email of the day. And Doug has said he's going to give away $100,100 to the winner today from your Venmo, I guess.
Well, it's Christmas season.
Might as well.
When you've got more than you could possibly spend in a lifetime, may as well give some of it away.
The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Jim Montgomery here. He is talking effort.
Oh, well, we'll get to that when the time is right, I guess.
Yeah, it's an effort thing. It's a simple thing to fix. I don't have to look at the film to have a better answer for you. But I know it starts with, from within, from everybody.
There were more than just a few plays where Boston went all the way up the ice and nobody touched them. Guys were skating with the puck for half the length of the ice, and nobody ever put a body on them or anything. I think that's what he's talking about. It was just too easy for them to get into the Blues' defensive zone.
Alan Dadeville's right. The balloon party's pathetic.
Hey.
Harrison's brother, Master Martin, is not happy.
And the balloon party is Curbs and Joey, apparently. So we will have a chance to hold Joey accountable.
That's right. We'll scream at him.
Well, they work for the team. It's kind of their job to put a optimistic spin on it wherever they can.
I did hear on Curbside, Joey was saying, I bet Montgomery's not going to be happy, alluding to the effort. And he had
specifically talked about that Cairo play that led to the first goal.
But he had not, at that moment, heard what Montgomery had said, which is interesting because what he was theorizing was exactly what Montgomery did say, is the effort. And it sucks if you get on the ice, Cairo tried to dump it in, doesn't work, then you get the -1 because you just hopped on the ice, even though it was really his play that caused it.
I don't know how effort could be a problem as a professional athlete. I know the season's a grind, but when you get out there in a building with 18, 20,000 people out there, teammates counting on you, I don't know how you could just not go 100% all the time. That seems like that's the least you could ask for an athlete.
Steve Savard, friend of the show, surprise guest and just regular guest, I believe, had a tweet last night sort of calling out Armstrong. Steve Savard. And he said, since the Stanley Cup, the Blues have won one playoff series. And then he said, can't wait for Alexander Steen to take over. And now, again, the question is, what does that look like? Does he have autonomy? Or does he have, like, the Mo Bloom dynamic where they're kind of coexisting?
Well, they have to be, even he has to be especially frustrated because at the start of the season, everybody, including us, thought they had a pretty good team.
Yeah.
Then the season starts, and as of now, they've got nothing.
Yeah, that's where the big difference is specific to the Blues versus Cardinals conversation. The expectations for the Cardinals were nowhere. The lack of interest, nowhere going into 2025. The expectations, the enthusiasm, too, locally, were super high for this team. So that's where you have the issue. And you're sitting here less than 2 months since the start of the season going, okay, well, I mean, it ain't going to happen. And perhaps more importantly, the head coach is talking about effort yet again. That's a different kind of conversation. I realize there are injuries, but Boston, as I said earlier, didn't have Pasta, didn't have McAvoy. The Blues, of course, are dealing with what they've got going on now with Snuggerud and Walker, in addition to Toropchenko's situation, but Snuggerud and Walker here for the long term. And you're just getting blah performances and the head coach talking effort. You got a problem when that's the situation.
Yeah, it means you're probably going to have to start moving the veteran players. Because if the culture is it's okay to have a mediocre effort or below, then that won't cut it. You need some fireball to come in here and light a match under some people.
I watched a little of the game last night.
Oh, look at this.
Did you really?
Look at this.
Yeah. Well, I was at a restaurant where it was on.
Well, I think we all were there.
Well, then I went to a different restaurant after that.
Oh, look at this effing guy, huh? Have a nightcap, why don't you?
Yeah.
Two
this is
restaurants
right.
in one night?
Yeah. Well, we were at the Christmas party yesterday, which was lovely. And then I met a friend over at Obie Clark's. We sat at the bar and watched a little bit of ice hockey. And
They wouldn't
Drank.
put the Lakers-Raptors game on for you?
unfortunately, it was football and hockey. I was like, But I watched. Not good.
There you go.
Be
That was
great
my-
at Obie
that was my-
Clark's
that
to
was
say,
my
turn this
takeaway.
hockey crap off.
Yeah, that would've
Try
played-
that at Obie Clark's.
would've played well.
Who wants to watch the Blues in this bar?
Yeah.
Turn this crap
But I
off.
watched, yeah. I was there.
All right.
I had some friends in Boston who were
You
at
want
the
a
game.
star?
What?
You want a little badge, a little star for watching?
Yeah.
Who
Well,
were you there with?
Merit
Oatmeal?
badge?
Nah.
Milk Dud?
Who? The Ken Dog. I was there with the Ken Dog.
The Ken Dog.
But I had some friends in Boston who were at the game, said they were getting chirped by Boston fans. I told them,
Stay strong.
stand up for the city. Put a finger in some chest.
5-1.
Just kidding.
Get a
don't
little
do that.
quiet.
Yeah. There's nothing, I don't want to take a shot at anybody, but there's nothing more Hoosier looking than fighting in the stands at a sporting event.
Blues
Do
have
you agree
now,
with that take?
Blues have now also given up 100 goals. Most in the league, tied with Edmonton.
Edmonton last night gave up 4 goals. However, they were also able to score 9.
That helps. Makes a
David
difference.
with the Hattie. Yeah, so that's a little, that's kind of the operation they have going on that makes them a little different than the Blues. The best part of the Blues sucking ass is knowing that Harrison's brother Master cries himself to sleep every night like the little cuck boy that he is. That's from the Maplewood Mud Muffler, and he's decided to go to war with Harrison's brother Master.
You think anyone actually cries themselves to sleep?
After a Blues loss?
Like the amount of sobbing is so exhausting that they just pass out afterwards?
How about
After specifically a Blues defeat or just any reason at all?
Yeah, well, it's Blues specifically.
How about you at the age, you would have been what, teenage when Mizzou lost to Norfolk State?
Ooh.
Was that one
Rough
Did
day.
you sob?
I was
Yeah, I mean, you're 14 years old then, eh?
I was on spring break, and
We're Panama City?
this isn't going to play
Zurich.
well.
Uh-oh.
Naples.
Oh, you son of a so-and-so.
I don't even, where is Naples?
Yeah, right. No.
And then papers like, no, Italy.
Yeah.
So you didn't cry after that loss.
I didn't cry, but I was distraught.
For how long?
The rest of the day.
Really?
The evening. Yeah, I was 14 years old. We're in Missouri's a 2 seed in the tournament.
Just won the Big 12, Kim English.
The team was like legit awesome. And I was like, all right, here we go. Here's the run. Mm-hmm. And then nope.
No.
Norfolk
Didn't
State.
happen.
So yeah, I was distraught, but I didn't cry myself to sleep.
Okay, good.
I thought that was a candidate. At
If there was, it would either be
yes.
that or when the Rams left. Those would be the only 2 things that would really strike me in my feels.
Jackson absolutely sobs himself to sleep after a poor Angel Reese performance. That's from Eric in the Central.
Yeah, I can't get over it. Like how am I supposed to sleep after that?
Doug really liked that.
You can text in your personal attacks, 314-399-9646. You can also express those in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, where Mr. Pro Relief says the Blues season is truly one of the worst letdowns I've ever experienced. Trade season, please. That's Mr. Pro Relief, Doug.
Okay. I think that might be coming up if it lingers another couple of weeks.
Bill Reloaded says Jackson sounds hungover. You hungover there, Papers, eh?
Nope, not hungover.
You got a little head cold. I got a lot of the head cold. I
man,
went to bed
I'm
at
telling
9
you.
o'clock last night.
Holy crap.
Couple shots of NyQuil, out
Yeah.
cold.
Yeah.
Out cold.
I mean, I've been dealing with a little bit of a cold for a while now, but I actually feel a lot better. Like I'm less congested. My cough's kind of gone away, so I feel great.
You're not a big drinker anyway.
No, definitely not on the weekdays.
We're down in that
but just
Florida town.
generally.
We went to the Publix. So Max Scherzer's dad in the distance. We're at the Publix. Max might have been with him. And I said, we need some beer for the week. And Paper's got a 6-pack. And I said, for the week?
Yeah, that'll do.
That's one sitting. And he said, no, for the whole week. I said, you're not a big drinker.
Well, with beer especially, you kind of have to make a decision. It's like I'm either going for it or I'm sipping, and I was sipping. That wasn't. It was a work week.
What booze did you have at Obey Collectus last night?
Cold draft beer. Yeah, that's kind of just sip on it. That's what I do. So, but if I'm going to commit to it, like on the weekend, then you got to start drinking beer quickly. If you're going to commit to it.
So if you're going to have a bunch of beer, you got to do it quickly?
Otherwise, you're going to get
Like
a
a
headache.
beer bong?
Not a beer. I'm not saying you have to chug, but you got to stay at a brisk pace.
Okay.
Otherwise, you're going to get a
But
headache.
I was defending you because
No, I
you
appreciate
would
it.
not be a candidate to be hungover. I think
Not
I
on
had
the
a
weekday. I did
NyQuil
that
hangover.
once. I came in hungover once, 2022 during TMA. That was a bad idea.
This could
Oh,
be
yeah,
a long
I do
4
remember
hours.
that. Yeah, he went to a Blues game and got all lit up.
Yeah, the next morning I was in rough shape.
Well,
Bad idea.
Yeah.
But that was back when I was in my little closet and I could hide.
Sure you could.
Lights off.
Go to sleep.
guys, with the state of sports in St. Louis, should the listeners start sending in pictures of their wives to help with the program? That's from the Swinghaven board member. Doug Swinghaven, board member, has sent in pictures of his wife many times over the years to the program, along with Shrimply Pibbles and, of course, Ray King, who is married to a slightly heavy gentleman with a beard who they nuzzle up together in the upper bowl of Blues games.
And that guy can lose some weight. You know, there's a chance he could get to the gym and lose some of that boiler he's got. So he's asking, should they send pictures of their wives?
Yeah, that's the Swinghaven board member.
I guess that's okay. It's happened before. It's remarkable how beautiful all the women are. It's almost like they're cutting and pasting out of Google pictures of runway models.
William's hands were shaking.
Stop berating Piddles for not being a degenerate lush. Good on you for being responsible, Piddles. That's from Sharon in Clayton.
That's a real old school term, a lush. But I like it. Yeah, it's never really been my thing to get real lit up. I mean, I have before, but there's a cost to that.
Libby Jack definitely drinks White Claws. That's from Josh Bob Bill, who shares a building with Keisha Gray. Am I right on that?
Not a huge seltzer guy. There's some situations where I enjoy, but I traditionally prefer a cold beer.
Ray King is not happy. Not that I cited that his wife is a 34-year-old heavyset gentleman, but the fact that I said that he was in the upper bowl in the picture. He says, don't do me like that. It wasn't the upper bowl. I'd like to apologize to Ray King and his husband. They were sitting in the lower bowl, and the picture's wonderful.
Yeah, he probably has to at that weight. You wouldn't want to walk all the way up to the
Possibly
upper
get
bowl.
upstairs.
No.
Linda Sniffer's married to Alicia Cuthbert?
I imagine most of our listeners are married to female celebrities.
May I join you?
About that. Harrison's brother Master's not happy with the Maplewood guy for attacking him. Ha, ha, ha. You live in Maplewood. Jump off the Poplar Street Bridge with cinder blocks on both ankles. That's Harrison's brother Master's response to the guy from Maplewood who said he's happy that the Blues are losing because that means Harrison's brother Master cries himself to sleep every night. So the listeners are turning on us. They're turning on themselves in their frustration as they stare ahead at a winter of discontent.
Mm-hmm.
They asked me at the Two Fox the other night to put together a year-ender in sports.
No.
They said, we'll do one of those pieces where we look back at the 2025 sports calendar. I said, are you sure we need to do that?
What do you lead with there?
Holy crap, what do you? Yeah,
Probably the 1.6 and say this was kind of,
Set the tone.
yeah, like false enthusiasm. Set us up for a big knockdown.
Do you have an intern who can do that for you? Pull the video and everything?
No. Moe's exit, Heim's arrival.
Our interview with Michael Hellman at spring training.
That's pretty good. That should be in there.
Spring training clips.
When you look back at the
Zoo
Cardinal
losing to
season,
Drake.
was there even
Good
one
times.
big, memorable, positive moment in the Cardinal season?
They
Anything?
have a good month of May, was it?
Yeah. But I mean, was there one moment where you say, wow, this is great?
Sonny Gray pitched that day where it was really humid.
You know, he got hot.
It was
Bless his
wet.
heart.
Couldn't stay in the game because it was wet everywhere. Ball was wet. That's a great question, Doug. As we look
I don't
to pull
recall
the
one.
tape, there's probably a walk-off here or there.
Everything's just wet.
Yeah, you got to leave.
Okay. Mizzou beat.
Florida and Gainesville, the
Yes.
eventual national champions. There
That
you
was
go.
awesome.
There's your mountaintop moment.
That was what a great night for old Jack B. I'll tell you what. That and the Alabama game. Those are two great highlights. You just refuse to admit it because the Golden Eagles are having a tough time this year.
Yeah, I'm looking for a narrative that's negative.
Yeah, that's right.
Golden Eagles get
misery
Wisconsin tomorrow. We'll probably get pounded.
Misery
It's gonna
loves
be a rough
company.
year. This is the mod, and Josh Schertz was sitting here in studio. He's friends with Shaka Smart. And in the break, because you guys don't want to hear about Marquette, I understand, I said, is it sustainable? Because they're trying to do it without the portal.
Yeah.
Every kid that plays for Marquette is a recruit that's been there a year or two or is a freshman. And he said, I love Shaka. I don't think that's going to work.
No.
But he is all in on it. It's too bad that it can't work in the current system, but it's not working. So you're right, Papers. Puts me in a negative spot.
You'd have to get a bunch of guys that really like playing with each other and are very successful at the same time.
You have to get a stud recruit. If you're not going to the portal, you better.
And maybe one day it can come back, but with the current system where it's total wild, wild west, no, I would not say that it will work. And the proof is in the pudding right now.
Thanks, buddy.
I couldn't be sorrier.
I hear Wild Wild West, and I want to do Kumo D. But then also Jackson likes the Will Smith version.
Well, that's the only version I know.
Man, if you hear Kumo D's, it's going to change your mind. Maybe that's the return music. I don't know if you already have a plan for
I was going to do Alanis Morissette, but that
what
feels like
Alanis
ages
Morissette
ago.
are you going to do?
It's from Jagged Little Pill.
Well, I mean, that had a
Hands in My Pocket. Isn't that the one? That's the big one.
I'm going to respectfully, of course, disagree.
You Ought to Know being the bigger one?
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. I think that's the one that put her on the map.
All right.
Yeah, the old theater. All right, get involved. I guess people are already by sending in pictures of their significant others. 314-399-9646. And you can talk about your significant others with other listeners in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. 6,260 friends have subscribed. Our next plateau, Doug, 6,300 brick by brick by brick. That's what we have going on here. On the Stiefel dossier, Joey Vitale, 8:15. Gabe DeArmond, 9 o'clock. The great Charlie Marlow making his glorious return in advance of the Big Ten championship game. What would he rather do? Have Ohio State win but suffer an injury to a starter, or Ohio State lose and exit the game completely healthy? I'm anxious to hear what his opinion is.
I also think he wants to debate Landman with Papers. That's what started.
Right.
That's what started the text exchange yesterday.
I'm excited for that.
Nice. Well, that's coming up.
And I like it.
Heating and cooling. Drops of the week. I can't remember what was Katie Woo's burner who wanted you to have a big time drops of the week because he said we're lazy last week and didn't do one.
Well, we meaning me and
Short week.
But yeah, it was a 3-day week.
So this is going to be like a monster edition of the drops of the week.
I think it's good. I'm sure people like whatever. It could be the best drops of the week, worst drops of the week. It doesn't matter. People will text in, that sucked. You're an idiot and lazy and you suck and that stinks. Even though I do that, the drops of the week essentially out of the kindness of my heart. So whatever.
Martin, that is my prediction for the release of the Pat Maroon David Freese interview.
Yeah, we have the same vibe.
Which we're doing on Monday.
Yeah.
I finally went back and listened to it. Do you guys...
And didn't Freezer say on this show it was okay?
Yes, and I asked Maroon as well. Because the only reason is because, the profanity is immaterial, but I knew there was some talk of booze and getting high. And I'm like, okay, are we cool with talking about that? I don't give a damn. You know, the community has very low expectations for me. I don't think I can sink any lower unless my stops at the rest areas start getting public. But Freeze and Maroon, Doug, they're respected citizens. You know what they are? They're gods in the city. They're made men in this city. And they're fine with it. They don't care.
You're making regular stops at rest areas?
It depends. The weather, if it's icy out, I try to...
Because the truckers are stranded? You got it right where you want them?
Jeff Abelins acquired the footage. Gotcha, McKernan.
Yep, see? There it is.
They always have those machines, the vending machines with the coffee. You put the cup under, and the coffee comes straight from the machine at the truck stop or the rest stop. That always gives me the willies.
That's why you don't go to the truck stop.
That's what spooks you about it.
Dusty coffee.
Have you ever taken a shower in the truck stop?
No, I've
rinse?
said that I'm interested in knowing the logistics behind it. Like, are they clean? Are they nice? But no, I've never done that. I'm not an over-the-road trucker.
We have truckers that listen.
I know. We had a segment about it when when Tim was out one day. We got into the truck.
It was that memorable that I wasn't here?
That's what I remember about it.
Sometimes you see the big truckers parked overnight at Walmart.
Yeah.
Walmart lets them do that, which is nice.
That is nice.
Tim, just use your best judgment. You're always right. That's from Stephen Time. Well, no, we asked Maroon when he was on last. I don't even know when he was on. What was he on?
Ooh, I don't remember. Maybe the anniversary of the Stanley Cup.
Yeah, that probably was it. You're right. And then Freeze was on. You got him on, didn't you, Martin?
It was early October.
Yeah, it was
There you
October.
go. And I asked him. Yeah. So anyway, we're going to release that Monday, finally. So if you subscribe to the TMA STL podcast, it'll be in that podcast feed. Correct, Jackie Papers? I want to make
Yeah,
sure
Tim
I say
McKernan
it.
Show, TMA. All.
But it all is in there, along with Movie Boy.
Yeah,
What's
that's
on
right.
Movie Boy this weekend?
Me and Marcia are doing a movie mailbag.
Movie mailbag.
Yep, I got a bunch of
Because
questions. I
the
got a
mail
bunch of
comes
questions.
in
I got
nonstop.
questions from listeners, and me and Marcia are going to field them.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it'll be fun.
Have you guys already recorded it?
Nope, recording it today. It's going to be fun.
Okay. There you go.
Doug, it's going to be fun.
Oh, it sounds like a fabulous time from the mailbag. There's actually no mailbags anymore. It's an email bag, right?
Yeah. Well, I could fashion up a satchel of some sort, burlap sack,
Yeah, that'd be
fill it
folksy.
up with Post-it notes or something.
I like that.
Papers, do you have the text inbox available to you?
Always.
Okay, Minute Bowl eligible. Send in a picture of you. It looks like an 8th grade yearbook
nice.
type photo, and it just says Mr. Golf, Jackson Burkett.
Oh, wow. Look
And
at
it
that
says,
image.
weird quirk. I can draw a freehand map of the U.S.
He actually has done that before. I've
can do
witnessed
that.
him do it.
Freehand map of
And
the
so
U.S.
you were doing that way back then.
This is
And then it says if
that's a picture of me in high school, by the way.
Is it?
Like junior year.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, boyish charm.
Boyish charm.
How about this? If I had $1 million, how much does dinner with Kanye West cost?
Not that age.
Is that
Did I
a
say
you went
that?
back?
Oh wow, yeah. Big. Well, that was right after the Life of Pablo. Probably is a
That
big.
was that from the Life
It's a
of
great
Pablo?
time. I don't know what
Or
it was
was that
from.
the
It was a great time to be a Ye
College
fan.
dropout?
Yay.
We have not. We have trended the opposite
You may
direction
wanna
with that one.
discuss
Yeah.
Israel with him at some
Yeah.
point.
Well, it's. I wish I had that putt back.
Good morning. I would like to have sex with all of you. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves. Sounds like I'm in.
That's a dude.
So now we're kink shaming again.
Oh, well, sorry.
Doug drops the line.
I do not want Movie Boy on my podcast feed. Put it in your own feed, Jackson. That's from Harrison's Brother Master.
Cat.
Listen to something else then.
He is not required listening.
No.
If you'd like to listen, you can. If you don't want to, you simply don't.
Yeah, that's how I handle my. I would imagine.
Well,
for
that's how.
podcasts,
Because you're a rational human being.
Here we go. Here we go. Get him.
I mean, what are we doing?
That should be a
It's like
Let him go, Martin.
It's
Here he
like
goes.
well, it's like 60 Minutes is on. It's like get that off my television. Just don't watch. Tick 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 tick. You don't have to listen to it.
No, you don't.
When the voice cracks, you know the player's frustrated.
tick, 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 tick. I can't turn it.
Yeah, it's like what do you mean? It's yeah. What you don't have hands?
Get it off my feed.
Come on. I'm really mad about that. I gotta edit that yay quote I have there. Ooh boy. Good thing it wasn't like my senior yearbook quote.
You're right, and it's
Tough.
a great picture of you. It really is.
But I look like I'm 12.
you look really young
I think
for
that
high
was
school.
that might have been senior year.
No way.
Well, that looks like a new.
Yeah, I can't imagine that was a senior in high school picture.
It was either junior or senior year. I was Mr. Golf 2 times in a row.
If you had told us it was your 5th grade picture, I would have said, yeah, I guess I could believe that.
Really looked like a boy.
I like having Movie Boy in my feed. That's from Just Don't Press Push. How
My
about
guy.
that?
Thank you.
Just Don't Press Push.
My guy, JDPP.
Picking on papers is so 2024.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's out of style.
You can pick on all of us. 314-399-9646. Text in. Then you can call in 314-974-0101. The program's called The Morning After. Joey Vitale coming up at 8:15. Gabe DeArmond at 9 o'clock. The great Charlie Marlow at 9:30. Design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day at 10:45. This is TMA presented by Brown Group on 101 Speed. Michael's Flooring, family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and making a great living. And, of course, that happiness is passed on to the customers. You can go online right now at igotfloored.com, and you're going to get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. Michael's Passion is flooring. When you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. Order by going to one of the 3 St. Louis area locations. They are in Creve Coeur, they're in Darden Prairie, and they're in St. Peters. And you can see why people are loving getting floored by going online at igotfloored.com. There is a reason that Michael's Flooring has continued to grow through the 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they're taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know the best interests of the buyers at heart. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues lose last night 5-2 at the hands of the Boston Bruins. Off today, back in action tomorrow as they head to Canada to take on the Ottawa Senators. Pre-game at 5 p.m., puck drop at 6 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. I don't know. Doug, is this the jam?
Well, it's a jam, I guess.
She was mad.
They are not happy with Jackson and the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Jackson is no longer allowed to talk about music after saying "One Hand in My Pocket" is Alanis' best song. That's from the Crystal City Liquor Man in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
I definitely don't have enough knowledge of Alanis Morissette to definitively say what's her best or worst or
There's
most
some
popular song.
votes when the texters were ironic.
Yeah, I just don't have the knowledge. So, and didn't really claim to have the knowledge, which is the darndest thing about it.
And we're talking about Alanis Morissette, Doug, because the Blues traveled to Ottawa, which is where she's from. Do you think her and Jamie Rivers crossed paths?
I doubt it. I doubt it. Does she go to the games?
But I mean, he's Ottawa.
You mean ever cross paths at any time in their lives?
I bet they did.
And then Ottawa last year, weren't they missing luggage? Remember we had Jamie Rivers on? And like they traveled by train and like the suitcases didn't make it. And then the season turned around, Doug.
Okay.
You guys want to take an guess on Alanis Morissette's age?
What year was she born?
Oh, man. I am going to throw 51 out there. Ooh, wow. Boy, Jackson with a monster facial tell there.
Say 52?
See, well, I'm on a page for Jagged Little Pill. I am not, just to be clear, I'm not on her Wikipedia.
Sure.
I'm going to say 54.
Tim nailed it, 51.
No, for heaven's sakes.
And you guys worked this out pre-show, didn't you?
It was part of the monster show prep. The program is called The Morning After. We're in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. My name is Tim McKernan, ranked number 1. Again, that's awesome. Thank you so much for making me the best. And that's according to Inside STL. Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and then a gentleman who, makes it clear he doesn't know much about Jagged Little Pill. That's Jackson Burkett. And you're welcome to participate in the program as well. Jackson, we've been talking about how soft the media in this town is and how it's an embarrassment and we're a bunch of frauds. But because people aren't demanding that Jim Montgomery be fired and Doug Armstrong be fired, but there is one media member in town demanding that Jim Montgomery gets fired, and his name's Jackson Burkett. I see it in the Stiefel dossier, Martin. I don't know if you see it. It's a Jim Montgomery soundbite, and in parentheses, fire his ass. You see that in the Stiefel dossier? Fire
What
his ass.
segment are you in, Tim?
No, I'm in the audio section of the Stiefel
Okay, I'm in 9.3. This
dossier.
is under checking the till.
Yeah, there you go.
Montgomery pregame talks expectations, walking out of Pulp Fiction halfway through. Fire his ass. And I'm going to say it has nothing to do with hockey. You want him fired because of the cinema take.
Yeah, that's right.
There it is.
Well,
Well, here's
the
They
town
said,
still might be soft.
We've released our head coach of his coaching responsibilities based on his comments about Pulp Fiction.
You want to hear the audio?
So everybody has these high expectations. It's kind of like going to a movie. You know, someone tells you, like, I remember going to see Usual Suspects. No one told me it was a great movie. I left there floored. I had to go watch it 3 more times, figure out who Kaiser Sose was. But then I've gone to movies where people are like, oh, this movie's the best movie ever, and I leave halfway through. Pulp Fiction, I left halfway through, you know, because so many people said it was so great. And I'm like, it's 10 mini stories in one movie. It's not the way my brain works, but that's what happens in sports teams as well.
English, motherfucker, do you speak it?
My goodness.
You will not forgive him for that take, will you?
Bad.
So you want him out now?
Well, it's just, I think it's a character flaw. You're gonna give up on something halfway through and not even finish it out, see it all the way
violent
through.
movie, though, wasn't it?
Okay, you liked Usual Suspects. That's also violent. I also like
I
Usual
like that
Suspects.
Kevin Spacey, the walk, he does the fake limp, and then he just slowly.
Spoiler season.
Oh, my
Sorry for those who haven't seen it yet.
But yeah, that
Came out in what, 97, 98?
I think
Too soon.
But he's walking down the street. He's got that terrible little limp.
And then it
kind of clumsy and then kind of slowly disappears. That's the
great twist, but
Here's an indication of the text inbox's nature. Patrick Bateman texts in, Pulp Fiction equals bad. And then right below Patrick Bateman's text, Doug, do you pronounce it Terbouter or Terboder?
I don't know.
Pulp Fiction is my favorite movie of all time. I lost respect for Montgomery yesterday. That's
Oh,
from
for
Mo
heaven's sakes.
Terboder.
Like what I like or I hate you. That's what that text was.
I don't remember loving it. I think I'm going to have to rewatch it.
yeah, you should. Get right.
Whatever.
How about this? We got a text saying Jamie Rivers went on a date with Alanis Morissette.
Really?
How about that?
Wow.
I'm going to text him.
Yeah, I'd like to hear about that.
Wow. That's legendary stuff right there.
Tip of the cap. Tip of the cap. Like, was she on? You can't do that on television.
I don't know what she was on.
And that's where if you say, I don't know, the green slime would fall down on you.
Okay.
Which is essentially ESPN's mantra when asked an opinion on sports.
Okay.
Dan Orlovsky lives by the green slime falling on him.
If you don't have a hot take,
Yeah.
you get the slime.
That's correct.
I saw a Max Kellerman quote that he said.
Where is he being quoted?
He was on
did
Bill
a segment
Simmons'
with
pod.
Bill Simmons.
right.
I guess it's the first time he's talked since leaving First Take, where he was on Sparring Daily with Stephen A. And Kellerman said Stephen A. has no hot takes. His whole game is to react to a hot take, which is actually pretty interesting. You start thinking about it. I think it's true. And he gave a bunch of examples. He said he needs somebody to throw some crap out there like a Skip Bayless.
Yeah.
And then he
Or a
just
Mad Dog.
Yeah, and then he just overreacts. What? What are you talking about?
That's the gig.
And it was an interesting, Kellerman pointed it out, that he doesn't have to have a hot take. He needs somebody next to him with a hot take. So do with that what you want,
Okay,
Doug.
yeah, I can understand that. Yeah.
How do you know I'm freaky?
Oh, I don't know that he's
Where'd
freaky.
you get that from?
That's Stephen A.'s podcast, which, just like QFTA, can make you uncomfortable.
Because he talks like that?
Candidly. Yeah, Jackson's got, I think he's got a few of those examples in there.
Yeah.
What else you got?
I got to make sure this one's good.
You going to listen to it before you release it to the audience?
I've never been inclined to taste breast milk.
Think about that.
That was it.
Was he reading the text inbox? However,
Matter of fact, one could easily argue there are adults who like breasts more than babies.
Oh, gosh.
Like that Stephen A. Smith.
And this is the
podcast.
number one guy in media right now.
It's his,
and he wants to be your president, Doug.
It's his outlet to just get freaky.
Jeff Pearlman just tattooed Stephen A. We got
Did
a
he?
lot of yes.
Oh, boy.
Said he's
He's on a
dangerous right now.
Warpath.
Who said this?
Perlman.
Jeff Pearlman.
Oh, the guy who goes on TikTok and speaks, violates the omerta.
Tells tales out of school.
Yeah. He's lucky he's not at the bottom of the river. It's like Jackson showing up to play in our little game, and he doesn't have a gin.
Yep.
Bottom of the river.
Yeah, except I proceeded
What
to
river?
shoot my weight.
At least the bottom of the river to Barry, you can probably stand up.
Yeah, that's the safe spot.
Walk away unscathed.
Michelob Ultra is the sponsor of the YouTube chat. Doug wanted 6,250 subscribers. He got 6,260 now. You can subscribe. It's the TMASTL channel, and then you got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Michelob Ultra is the sponsor and a longtime TMA sponsor. Still up on the studios in the old TMA studio down the hallway. Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. Oh, enjoy one this weekend with friends while you watch Boise State take on UNLV. I don't know.
I probably won't watch that one.
Boise State could still find themselves in the college football playoff. As crazy as it sounds.
I don't like their blue field.
That's where they'll be playing tonight.
Don't like it.
Blue Field, and the weather.
You don't like? What do you have against that?
Oh,
It
it
doesn't look
stinks.
like
I'm with
football.
Doug.
What?
It was
So
cool.
you're falling for Dan Mullen tonight?
Well, Dan's not a jackass, and yes, the blue field was cool when it first was unveiled. It was like when they went to the
Jim
Fiesta
Zorn
Bowl,
era?
like that. Yeah, Kellen Moore era, that was awesome.
Way prior to that. Yeah.
But now it's kind of like it's visually difficult to look at.
I was there. Tim was at 91 when I covered a game. I was in
91.
Northern Arizona in Boise State, and I was in person at the stadium, and I enjoyed the blue turf.
How about that?
Screw you
I think
guys.
it had some novelty to it, and now
What's wrong with it?
I'm not saying that there's
looks
anything inherently
terrible.
wrong with it. It's just it's tough to watch on television. It looks goofy.
There's nothing more beautiful than a dark green football field.
Couldn't agree more, Doug. I have the same take about the different colored basketball floors the NBA does
too.
for the cup.
Okay.
There's nothing hard wood. That white or dark wood looks outstanding. Clip that off.
But an
Okay.
NBA game now, if you tune in, there's just words. It'll just say like freedom all across mid-court.
Well, it'll be like red, and you're like, oh my god.
You
Like
wouldn't
Kramer.
want you wouldn't want to turn a baseball field blue, would you?
Sure.
Oh,
Sell some extra tickets. We got to try something around here.
We're not too far away from
I
that.
suppose the time is coming when technology will allow you to change the color on your field.
They have courts that can do that. They like the light show that will change the color of the court.
Really?
Doug, Mr. Mudjack Mike would like to see Missouri get anthracite turf. How about that?
No.
The dome sometimes looks like it had anthracite turf.
Sometimes things are just fine the way they are. Don't always have to change everything.
Maybe you can call in with your suggestion on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, you know anything about Callier and Thompson?
Yeah, they'd like to change things. Like your kitchen needs changing. That's different. It's not like a blue football field. Your kitchen is blue, and that's a little outdated. So Kyron Thompson can step in and turn it into a show place. You know, it's hard to know who you can trust to be in your home, who's going to be there to back up their work. Kyron Thompson stands behind every job that they do. During the process, they are always available there for you. In case you need to make any changes, Kyron Thompson's core values are summed up by simply doing the right thing. They are AAA rated by the Better Business Bureau, won a Torch Award from the BBB for their service. All their workers are insured. Here's a customer review from Mark M. Hello, Mark. He says, all construction was completed on time. Workers extremely friendly and cleaned up and vacuumed every day they were here. Overall, very good experience. Owner came out at final inspection and noticed a nick on the door and ordered a new door. That's how they'll do you at Kyron Thompson. They've been in business since the 1950s. That'll tell you what people think of them. You don't stay in business that long in this town or any other town unless you do people right. Bob Strati and Carolyn Beard are the owners there. They've been in charge for more than 20 years. Just do a fantastic job. They've hired a great staff of painters and carpenters, technicians, electricians, plumbers, you name it. They got the whole thing right there under one roof. Kyron Thompson can handle any redo of any part of your home. They're on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at KyronThompson.com.
There it is. Sponsor of the phone lines, where Joey Vitale will appear next here on TMA 101, ESPN, and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Hey, folks, Joey Vitale here. I'm here to talk to you about your garage door. That thing, it's got to work. You need it to open. When you hit the button, it's got to go up. When you hit the button, it's got to go down. It's too doggone cold outside to be messing with that. And good news for you is you don't need to know how to fix it. If it should go down, you just need to know who to call. Call my friend Jason Gosring. He's an absolute savage when it comes to fixing garage doors. He can do anything. Challenge him. I dare you. 636-782-3608 for all your garage door needs, personal, business, big garages, small garages, whatever's going on. I promise you, Schaefer Door can take care of it. You can visit their website at schaeferdoorcompany.com. But better yet, for the best service, shoot them a text, give them a call. They have people waiting right now, right this minute, to text you, call you back. 636-782-3608 for all your garage door needs. Schaefer Door is a Clopay Master authorized dealer.
All right, Doug. Well, we got to hold them accountable, don't we?
Probably should. After that one last night, probably should.
I was talking about some other things that I need to tend to, but you can hold them accountable about last night first. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our pleasure to welcome here to the morning after on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, the great Joey Vitale on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Joey.
Hey, boys. How we doing?
Doug's not happy. No. I can tell you that. So just to kind of give you a warning, Ottawa, is that where you're? Boston? Martin loves logistics.
We are in Ottawa. Yes, Marty is big on. Marty would always text me the last couple of years. You haven't texted me in a while, Marty. You're like, hey, are you going to Long Island tonight? Are you going tomorrow morning? What's the flight number? We're eating tonight. I'm like, Marty, give it a rest. What are you follow me around everywhere?
I texted you and Strick. I did a combo text to you and Strick the other night on the off night.
Yes, you did. Yeah, I always appreciate a good Marty text.
I said that the Blues are now making up names of players. They called up Matt Luff. I said, I'd never heard this. I said, this is a made-up player.
We have Luff. We have Kaskamaki. Yeah, you would think if you're not a diehard like us, of course, are, you would think they are making them up. But no, Matt Luff, Alec Kaskamaki played his NHL debut last night. Marty, we are in Ottawa. I am looking out the window at the beautiful hotel here where we stay, and I am seeing just a lot of white, which is typical of Ottawa, I think, this time of the year.
Snow we're referring to, Tim, not the ethnicity of the people.
Right, or my college years.
No, we're talking about snow on the ground. You know what? I often will text Pinky instead of you, Chris Pinkert of the Blues, for my logistics, just so I'd let you get your rest.
Yeah, logistically, we're set, we're sound. Another long night of travel, tough night of travel. Listen, when you're winning, it's tough to travel, going crossing borders and jumping around the Northeast, especially this time of the year. But a tough loss last night, as we all saw, boys. You guys probably watched every minute, listened to the broadcast, watched it.
Jackson.
But another tough loss. Yeah, Jackson was probably all over. I would love to hear Jackson's breakdown.
What did you think, Jackson? The Cairo dumping?
Yeah, I just I didn't like the 1-2, the effort I think was in question. But I'll say this: those sweaters look great. So yeah. If we're looking at positives, Joey, I think we always look on the positive side.
Now a balloon party has started. We were making this observation. Martin and I were both listening to the Curbside podcast this morning, and before I gather you and Kerber record your exchange before you get a chance to hear Last night it was Bennington, Parayko, and then Montgomery, 2 players, and then the coach usually is the way that it works. And you said before even hearing, I believe, Jim Montgomery's comments that he's probably not going to be particularly happy with the effort. And then you specified what led to the first goal, which I just cited, the Cairo dump in and the very slow change. So you spotted that, and sure enough, Montgomery talked about effort. You're talking about effort, 27, 28 games into the season, man. That's bad news. It's not the first time it's been brought up. So why were you assessing that you thought the coach would bring up effort? What did you see?
Yeah, I tell you, like when you break it down every now and then, Jackson, what's the old saying? A blind chipmunk finds a nut every now and then. What's the saying there, Jackson?
Blind squirrel.
No, you nailed it verbatim.
Finds a tube.
No, he doesn't. No.
Chipmunk, squirrel.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you're a blind squirrel, though, you're not living very long. I can't imagine being a squirrel being blind. Yeah, I look at the shots on goal, and you're like 40 shots. I think they actually cut it down to 39. But the Blues had 40 shots, and this is where, I mean, you can't just look at numbers. You can't look at analytics, because while the Blues had 40 shots, I think like close to 80 attempts, you felt that it just wasn't there. You felt that the intensity, the details weren't there, the emotions weren't there. And that's crazy to think. It's crazy to think when you get 40 shots on goal that you're having an intensity issue again. But that's what I saw. And, sometimes you say things, and I always like to follow up with the coach's comments just to make sure that I'm seeing it right. It's one of my main check-ins after every road game. I'm on the bus, and I always listen to the press conference. Last night I had enough time to go down there and actually witness Jim Montgomery. I was off to the side to the left, and he did back that up. Yeah, I was on the left, so he was to the right. I guess it was Jim's right, my left, Marty, just so you're aware.
I was getting frustrated with this. I was getting frustrated with this.
You're a detailed guy.
I just noticed you said I was to the left.
It doesn't matter what side he was on.
I didn't care.
What did the coach say?
I didn't care, but he brought it up, Doug.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, no.
Monty's right.
You remind me, sometimes I get in fights with my wife. We argue about stuff, and I'll talk like big picture stuff, and then I'll say, yeah, and then 5 minutes ago, she's like, it was actually 7 minutes ago. I'm like, what? She's like, it was 7 minutes ago. I go, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter when it was. I'm not sure if you guys deal with that at all. But some people, they like the little details, and they kind of get me confused with the little details. Don't confuse me with the little details. It's about the big deal. It's the big details, Marty.
I know. Anyway, I didn't bring it up.
I was to his right. Okay. I guess he was to my left. Okay. He had a hat on.
Take it
I had
away.
my suit on.
What was it?
It was a blue suit, Marty, and I had my brown shoes. My what
did he say? What did the coach say?
Right. Yeah. Sorry. He talked about his answers were very short last night, but he talked about effort, I give Matt DeFranks. Matt does an incredible job on the Post-Dispatch. Shout out Matt DeFranks. He's on the road with us this trip. He's been idle at home a lot this year. I'm not sure why, actually, but he's with us anyway, and he does a great job asking questions. And I thought he asked great questions last night. It was questions that Jim Montgomery did not want to answer, you could tell, but he did answer, and he just didn't elaborate. And Matt DeFranks pressed him about, if it's effort intensity. It's been going on for over a month now. Like, how do you explain that? Jim Montgomery said, I can't. I don't. What are you going to do moving forward? He said, I don't know, or, something along those lines. So it was a confusing press conference for, I think, Jim Montgomery, because he's sitting there and he feels lost. And you sympathize with Jim Montgomery because I think as broadcasters and fans, you guys do in your show, you are left feeling lost because you've talked so much and you hear players and coaches talk so much about, playing a certain way. And they clearly, have the same players they had last year in that second half for the most part, where they made such a huge run and had such an identity of forechecking and defending and D-jumping the rush and joining. The goaltending was all there. Everything was sound. And, you a couple guys in, a couple guys out from last year to this year, and it's just once again falls a little bit flat. So it's left us feeling a little bit lost, and it's you look at just the numbers, and I'll put my opinion aside. It's kind of going through some things last night with a couple of guys on the bus, but, your top goal scorer is Jordan Kyrou. He's got 8 goals right now through 28 games. I mean, you do the quick math. He's on pace for 23 goals this year. This is a year where he just came off of 36. He's had 30-plus goal seasons for the last 3 years. So his numbers are way off. Robert Thomas, who was over a point-per-game player the last 2 years, right? I mean, he's on pace to barely get 50, and that's, 86 points a couple years ago, I think 81 last year. and he barely is going to get to 50 if he keeps at this pace. Now, he missed a few games with the upper body injury, but still, I mean, those are your top two guys. Those are your top two horses. You know, I mentioned that the Kyrou dump last night led to the first goal. It's a play that just does not get made. Seems like a subtle play. It's actually not that subtle, right? I mean, that puck, if you're changing, it has to get past that layer of defense, because what it does is it allows everyone to gap up. Everyone, you're basically setting up that next shift, and the puck doesn't get behind them. Everyone, most I think 3 out of the 5 go to change, which then all of a sudden you get on the ice, and now you have Boston that's coming right down at you, so you don't have time to get your gap. And then it leads to the first goal. You know, second goal, like I said last night, and Jim backed up. It was an uncharacteristic misread by the Blues defense, where you had 2 defensemen and a forward in the corner, and you leave their top goal scorer, Morgan Geekie, all alone in front. Just these mental gaps that continue, and it's frustrating, you know. And I look at this team, and I'll wrap with this. I look at this team where they started the year ready to go. Expectations were high, and they got punched in the gut because they couldn't keep the puck out of their net. And, you know, whether it be the goaltending or the defensive breakdowns right in front of the goaltending, you know, those first 5-10 games, it's like, whoa. I mean, started with Minnesota on the home opener. Like, you lose 5-0, you're like, whoa. And then it happened again and again. You know, Washington was another one. You're like, whoa. So I think everything shifted, right? You went from doing everything you did last year to now we just got to get back to keeping the freaking puck out of our net. So everyone's game changed. Everyone's focus changed. Let's focus back on defense. Let's focus on how do we keep this puck out of our net. And I think from there, it really has shifted away from the offense. And this is, guys, why the offensive numbers are down across the board. I mean, it's not just the forwards. You got Broberg, Parayko, and Cam Fowler, your top 3, quote-unquote, offensively producing defensemen last year. They all have 3 goals. 3 goals between 3 players, including Parayko, who's got 0, who came off a year with 16. So, you know, there's so many different offensive numbers that have fallen off, which is, of course, where we're left. And Jim Montgomery, like I said, I would use the word lost. He seems a little off last night. He will regroup. He will get this group back together, and they will have a response. But it's a feeling of loss. You know, it reminds me of Marty. Marty, you ever see that movie, The Hook? Hook with the movie Hook with Peter Pan. You know the movie Hook?
Robin Williams starred, Martin.
Yeah, I did not see it. Good or bad, Jackson? Hook.
Good.
Okay, I did not see it, but proceed.
Yeah, Doug, there's a guy in the movie.
Doug.
You probably saw it, Doug.
Over to you.
I remember seeing it years ago.
Where were you sitting in the theater? Were you on the left?
To the left. You know.
So Texter wants to know, where was the Frank seated?
Doug, was his name Ronnie?
I probably was at Ronnie's when I saw it.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
You like to cruise Ronnie's?
The original Ronnie's 8. The original Ronnie's 8. We're not talking Ronnie's 20 or the Crestwood Mall. Remember the Crestwood Mall movie theater? That was
well, sure.
That was a Friday night.
I remember when Ronnie's and Crestwood had drive-in movies. I went to those.
Oh, yeah.
That's how old I am.
Oh, yeah? Heavy petting, huh?
I was with a bunch of guys.
That didn't change my question.
Oh.
Question stands.
Oh. Well, so we don't get...
I remember seeing Hook.
I don't remember when I saw Hook. It's been 50 years.
That's not the point. You're getting me confused with the details again there, Doug.
Okay.
Chill. It's the movie. It's the movie Hook. It's the guy. There's an old guy in that movie. There's an old guy, and he's looking for his marbles. He's looking for his marbles. You know, his name was Toodles. You remember that guy, Toodles?
No.
Yeah, he's an old guy. He kind of looks like you, Doug.
Oh, you
and
son.
He'd be looking around. And he's got a sack. He's got his empty sack, and he's looking for an whole movie. He's just searching under the couch and behind the cabinets, and he's like, he can't find his marbles. And anyway, it's long story short. It's about a boy from Neverland, and he can't remember where he left his marbles. And anyway, I feel like that's where we're at right now. I feel like we're all a bunch of Toodles.
Oh.
We've lost our marbles, and we got to find them.
Yeah.
Well, so we don't get too depressed. Is there anything positive going on? Is anybody
the movie, Hook?
Not in the movie, with the Blues. Is there anybody playing well that gives you some hope for the future?
Cash, you're going to hear me. I mean, we're knocking it out of the park with facts, and we're keeping it humorous and fun. No, of course, we from an on ice standpoint, Doug, it's really hard to say. You know, it is hard to say, and I'm not being doom and gloom, but you know, I just mentioned a bunch of players with numbers. Certainly, offensively, it's slid. You know, I think that there's a couple individuals I'll get to in a second, but big picture, offensive numbers are down. Defensively, they're having a rough time once again keeping pucks out of their net. I don't think the goaltending has been where it has been in the past. Part of that is on those two guys. Part of it's on the defense in front of them. I think the goaltending is trending upward. But I just think it's this combination where you can't pin it on one thing because it's it's the balancing act where, goaltending and team defense, they work simultaneously. You got to have both. And as soon as one starts to fall off, they both start looking bad. So it's hard to pin it on anyone. I think that, Justin Falk to me is a player that, with offensive numbers, I think he's been a driver on the back end a lot of portions of this season. I would consider that a positive. I love the way Dalibor Dvorsky has grabbed his call up this year, and he's made the coaches recognize and realize that he's a player that doesn't want to get sent down. But it's hard. It's hard to talk a lot about the positives of this team when they're where they're at in the standings, and it is such a defeated group right now, and it's a defeated group today, and they'll practice today in Ottawa. They have a tough back-to-back over the next couple of days. And there is still this reality that at any point you can turn this thing around, whether it be something fun off the ice like we've seen over the last 5-6 years, whether it be someone gets brought in or, call up kind of starts to spark or something, a power play gets clicking, a goaltender gets hot. We saw Chris Mason, what he did back, I think, the 08-09 season, what Jordan Binnington did, of course, in the 18-19 season. There's so much magic still up in the air. What I'll say is, I've seen this team in far worse spots than they're all right now, including that Stanley Cup year. So what I love about this sport is anything can happen. And you wake up every day and you just go to the rink and you call the game in front of you, you play the game in front of you, and you let the cards roll and you see where it goes.
What would you do if you were Montgomery? Because if you start benching players, you don't have a lot of talent right now. You got a lot of injuries. So if you take somebody that is one of your better players, you could send the message, but you also then have a less talented team on the ice.
I don't think the benching thing works, Marty, personally. I mean, I think it works when you're playing youth hockey and, minor hockey and junior hockey and American Hockey League in the AHL. Because, listen, all those younger divisions and leagues, where are you going? You're trying to get to a higher league, and this league they're in, there's nowhere else to go, right? So there is a level of, I understand the benching at times and the healthy scratching, and you're hoping it sparks, but you can't keep doing that. And I think it's a recipe not set up for success. I think it's a temporary one. I think this is how old school coaches used to handle it. The Mike Keenans of the day, where you motivate through fear. We've talked about this a little bit, and I think it works temporarily, but eventually, you always fall back to what you are as a player. So I think that it's really about figuring out a way to get this group connected and together. Go back to the 19th season. It was a night where all the boys went out in Philadelphia, the night before a game, and they had a good time. And they heard that song Gloria, and it just sparks something, right? And that next game, this young kid named Jordan comes up, and no one really knew anything about him. He posts a shutout, and it started just this snowball effect, right? Last year, the Four Nations, they get this Jobu doll, right, from the movie Major League, and we see it in the locker room, and they knew they needed to turn some things around. Someone saw the movie, they put it in the locker room, and they had something to grab onto. Right. I bring up those two examples not because we got to go find something that's superstitious to get us going. What really embodies both those examples is that the players had something that they grabbed onto, that they were pulling the rope together on, and it was away from the rink, but it was about them and about each other. They have to figure out a way to figure out what that next thing is. What is it where they want to step on the ice, and the guy in those skates looks to the left and right and says, I want to play hard for that guy and that guy. And then vice versa, the guys to the left and right are saying the exact same thing. That's what makes great teams great. You even look at the Colorado Avalanche. Yeah, Nathan McKernan is flying. Natchez is buzzing. Cale Makar, best defenseman in the world. They have some great tools. I watch that team play. They play hard for each other. They're playing hard for the guy next to them. They're playing hard for the coach behind them. So really it's about how to establish that. And listen, I don't have the magic sauce for that. I don't know what that looks like, clearly. I don't think Jim Montgomery does necessarily either. I don't think these players necessarily do. But something organic has got to happen where this group has got to start playing for each other more with the level of intensity that you have to match if you want to succeed at the National Hockey League level.
Well, since the season's a disaster, the team sucks. Can you at least have the Christmas party? I mean, we need something around here.
I was not in studio a week or two ago when it was brought to my attention that the Christmas party is at least publicly not happening. Martin is theorizing that it is happening, and me and my betrothed are just not invited. And there is a lot of disappointment around here.
A Christmas party without your wife, Tim, would not be a Christmas party, first and foremost. You,
I think you got cocked.
You may not be invited, but your beautiful bride is always invited. So that's how you know for a fact. Yes. No, we are. Tim, you are not here. You were on another vacation. I don't know where you were this time. The show. I kept the show afloat. Me and Jackson Burkett kept the show afloat.
Papers.
Thank goodness for Jackson and me, or else this thing would have come crashing down. You'd never be able to take a break, Tim.
Amen.
But no, we are. Listen, it's a condensed schedule this year, and my wife and I looked at the schedule, and we said, "Woof, we got one weekend, and basically November and December off, and we're just slowing down. You know, honestly, we're slowing down. We want to spend it with our kids. We're doing the Missouri Botanical Gardens. I know. Relax. I know. I'm trying to be a good family man. We're going to do the lights at the Botanical, and so we are gonna take a little break this year, but a good break because I'm looking forward to catching up and being around my kids and my wife. So that's exciting. And not to mention, I'm not going to throw out his address yet, but maybe I will on the coming weeks. One of my good neighbors, he's doing it on the same night. He said, "Joe, are you doing that thing?" I said, "I'm not doing that thing." He goes, "Well, I'm going to do that thing, man." I said, "Perfect." It reminds me of why my dad never got a boat growing up because my neighbor had a boat. It's like, why have the party when your neighbor's going to have the party? So this is going to work out even better. So maybe if you guys can really pull it out of me, maybe I'll throw my buddy's address out there, and you guys can just stop on by. They'd love to see you.
Doug will crash the party.
They're actually big fans of the show, by the way.
Okay. Oh, is that right? Do I know this person?
I think you might, Tim. I'll text you on the side.
Right.
You might know the guy. He's a good Kirkwood guy. They're all good, though. They're all good.
Fair enough. All right, Doug.
We had a report yesterday that one of your kids kicked another student at school.
Yeah.
Are your kids feral?
My older son, Joey, witnessed Shep, who is going to be in my younger son's class. He showed up and kicked one of my older son's friends right in the shins as he was up there with your wife at the school. And it was to the delight of all of the kids in the second grade. They enjoyed Shep's handiwork.
Did he stand over him and say, "Oh, Doyle rules"?
I think he did. I think that's how he finished it.
Good. Doggone right. It's my boy.
Yeah.
No, how do you know about that? Yeah. I don't condone it. I don't know what happened. Well, I know. I know Shep's got a big cast on his arm. You know, he broke his elbow last week, so I think he's
how'd that happen?
He fell off a table. My wife was in charge, so I'm good. I'm in the clear. I had my guy.
Fell off a table.
I had my guy. Coach, I had my guy. That was not my guy that scored the goal there. Yeah. No, he broke his elbow. And so I think that, he's fighting through, listen, he's the youngest of 5. He's growing. He's getting out of his shell a little bit, but no, I will certainly talk to my youngest, Shep, about kicking, because that is, I got a lot on my plate, with Christmas, and now I got to do this, and do elves still come to your guys' house, Tim? You got those little elves that come to your house?
No, is that a height joke?
No.
Doug, is that what we're doing again?
Like it.
Is that what we're going to do today?
Like
is that what we're going to do? That's how I took it.
No, it's like the little elves from the North Pole.
I know, and that's why I took it that way. I do believe my wife is still celebrating the festivities with the elves. Yes. I'm not, Doug, you might be surprised to hear this. I'm not real active
I wouldn't think so, no.
in that process.
I don't know where Santa thought it was a good idea to make our lives more miserable.
It is miserable. Every day, the elves didn't move. Like, yeah, they were really tired today. I got an email from Big Elf said that they're all really wiped out today. They just didn't have time to. The kids like, oh, the elves didn't move. We're like, yeah, they broke their arm or something. Yeah.
Master Elf said they all need a mental health day. Is what my a lot of mental health days. But I don't know where Santa and the North Pole thought these dads have too much time on their hands. Time is too calm, and let's really stir it up by sending them all these magical elves. Anyway, we're dealing with that a lot, too, and I got a broken arm at home. But, yeah, I'm going to definitely talk to my little guy, Shep, about that.
Shep's got my full support. I like it. It sends a message that this class is coming, and they don't care if they're dealing with older kids. They'll take them down. That's what's happening.
That's right.
Here. I like that.
That's right. You got to fight for your space here. You got to fight for your space.
My wife just sent in a text with a request for a question. Ask him if we are not invited because of the jumpsuit zipper scandal.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh, Zippergate. The Zippergate. No, that's why she's number one on my list if we were going to have it. Honestly, like that. That's like the I get more people to ask me about the Zippergate, Timmy, off when I'm not on your show. It's like, hey, I love you on TMA. By the way, what happened at that? I'm like, hey, I got a great story for how much time you got. And
I'm getting cucked by the whole area.
People, everyone knows that story. Yeah, that was a real deal. That was the real deal there. And for that reason, if we ever do this again, your wife, she's going to be VIP. We're going to throw out the red carpet to make sure
VIP
she gets
bottle
there.
service. No bottle service.
Yes.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yes. Shot. The whole deal.
Joey, we appreciate the updates on both the Blues, the Christmas party, and, of course, the film Hook, which Doug saw at a drive-in theater with 8 to 10 guys in 1995.
Directed by Spielberg.
Yeah.
It was Spielberg. It made $300 million.
How about that?
Yeah, Toodles. Lost his marbles.
Joey, enjoy Ottawa and Montreal, and we will see you back here next week.
Sounds good. Tim, you going to be there?
You better believe it, brother. I don't take vacation. You know that.
All right. I'll be here then, too.
God bless America. Thanks, Joey.
All right, then. Thanks, Joey.
There he is. That's Joey Vitale with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. A wide variety of updates there on the Blues, Zippergate, and the film Hook, which Jackson says is good. Any other notable stars in that film outside of Robinson?
Dustin Hoffman. Julia Roberts.
The
great Bob Hoskins.
Yeah.
Maggie Smith. Probably a Madame.
I haven't seen it in a long time, so it might be bad.
Music
but when
by?
I saw it as a kid, I thought it was
enjoyed
good.
it.
Yeah.
Who did the music?
I was a big Peter Pan kid. I liked all the Peter Pan.
The original's kind of long and slow compared to what you get today.
Yeah, but the cartoon, I was really into it.
Is it Sandy Duncan that would play?
Yeah.
Yeah. She was on the Hogan family.
And one eye.
She always was selling wheat thins with one eye.
I think you're right. Hey, Tim, you and your wife can come to our Italian Christmas party. Tell Joey I saw him at the Garden last week, and we talked about how hot you were. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves. And he went to the game against the Rangers at the Garden, and he also went to the Devils game and the Islanders game, I believe. You call that the tri-state area?
Well, it'd just be 2 states, right?
Yeah, but I mean, then you got Connecticut.
Izzo, and if Patino was in here, we're talking Italian special. We're talking rigatoni, marinara.
I don't know if we're talking about that at all. Okay.
And you're exhausted.
Right.
He brought up that he was to the left of Jim Montgomery.
He did.
I didn't care at all.
8 minutes on that.
But why that was mentioned, I felt the need to follow.
That's a very good question.
I don't know if your perspective changes, whether you're standing on the left or right side of the room.
Left or right on your dial.
We've got so much going on, Doug. I think maybe we do 6 hours today.
Oh, why?
So much going on.
That's a lot of us.
Colonel's going to be with us. Charlie Marlow's going to be with us. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email the day. Conference championship weekend. It might be the last one, depending on what happens. What else? Drops of the week. We got our picks. We got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email, and it's still to come. Watch the program. It's coming in. Chairman Kurt just texted me something. I can't see it. What is it as of note? Oh, you're updating me on some audio requests. God bless. All right. Carpenter Matt's on hold. I guess he wants to. And then no, now. I just got the wrap sign. I just got the wrap sign. TMA 101 ESPN. Missouri, it's happening. FanDuel Sportsbook is live and ready to roll in the Show Me State. And they're celebrating with a little something for everyone. All this week, every customer gets a no-sweat bet every day. That's right. No matter what you're betting on, if it doesn't hit, you'll get bonus bets back to keep the action going. Whether it's football, basketball, hockey, or whatever you're into, you can bet it all on an app that's safe, secure, And built for every kind of fan. The interface is quick, the payouts are fast, and the experience is top tier. Martin, you are eyeing plays. What you got?
It's a random game. Jets hosting the Dolphins. I think the Jets are trending up a little bit. Over-under is 41.5.
Wow.
I'm going to go over there.
You're on the Jets.
We've been giving money away. Jets, Dolphins, 41.5. Take the over.
There it is. Martin has made his play. You can make yours. Download FanDuel or visit FanDuel.com/Missouri to get started. FanDuel Sportsbook now. Live in Missouri. Must be 21 or older in present Missouri. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Opt-in required each day. Refund issued is now. Withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund of $20. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Yeah, this is the Cool Mo D one I was talking about. What do you think, 89?
I don't know the years, Tim.
I feel like 90's live. I feel like 88's live, so that's why I'm going 89.
You're going 89?
Yeah.
87.
Not possible. It's not possible. Doug, Escape Club had Wild Wild West, and Will Smith had Wild Wild West?
Oh, yeah, you have the film, which they did like a remix of the song. Film not good, song is good.
Okay, there you go. There's the official reviews. The program's called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel, where friends gather and talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. You have 2 hours and 5 minutes to text in a name to be saved. Otherwise, you're not getting your name saved until 2026. And Jackson, I see there is a recent request from the 314, but I think you might not be able to accommodate it because I think it might be an FCC violation. That was sent in at 8:55, which means it was sent in less than 60 seconds ago. The Colonel's going to be with us coming up, and then you got Charlie Marlow coming up. You've got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email the day coming up. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And now it's time for the highly anticipated, always enjoyed morning after drops of the week.
Morning after
Drops of the week.
Yeah, you gotta drop it like a hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop.
Indeed it is.
Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off.
Flip that off. Shut up. It's part of the game.
Don't hate the player, hate the game.
Not a big wood guy.
Can we close the door and run a professional press conference, please? My gosh.
Long live BK! Free my boy! Free my boy BK!
He's a hoe, and I want that known. Like, I see why he got punched in the nuts.
Speaking of fisters.
If you're lobbying for a D, it probably speaks to something.
I love Peg.
I did.
Bro, black people love Steely Dan.
Like, oh, it's time to do a feature on a guy from CBC. They can kick a football. Ooh.
It's been a rough year for St. Louis sports. My goodness.
That's annoying. That's bullcrap.
That might be the dumbest question I've been asked as long as I've been a head coach, and I've been asked a lot of questions. You ought to feel a little embarrassed to ask that question. This is a professional thing. You ought to try.
First of all, I'm not a respected journalist.
That is a good one.
If I like you, do you like me? And
Sorry. That was Drops of the Week. Drop, down, drop. Get it.
Really good. Strong.
Nice. Nice.
A lot to it. A little lengthier.
Nice.
A lot of meat on the bone. Kind of even some callbacks maybe to a week ago because we didn't have one.
Bingo.
Who was it who got punched in the grapes?
Juwan Jennings.
But then the Browns player a week later said he deserved it.
Yeah.
Because he's a hoe.
Shelby Harris, maybe? Is that his name? Sounds right.
A lot going on there.
There's a lot to be.
How about this, Jackson?
What's up?
Guys, love your show. You're doing a great job, Jackson. That's from the Rogue Onion.
Thanks, Rogue Onion.
How about
Really
that?
Nice.
How about that?
Some of these name requests are brutal.
Rogue Onion used to be pretty much a regular.
Well, I mean, he's still texting in. They just don't get read all the time. One of you guys was asking me in the break what happens to Pestis. Chairman, you can confirm he's been on hold
for 6 months.
Oh, has he? Just
time or two.
Hear from them doesn't necessarily mean they're not there. All right, the Colonel's going to be joining us here coming up. Get his thoughts on the coming weekend. Is this the last conference championship weekend? I would love it if it was, because that means they would have altered the college football playoff. Are you pulling for chaos? Are you pulling for a team? We got it all coming up with the Colonel, and we got Charlie Marlow and that Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour as well. Mark Hanna is online at evergreen-ws.com, and you can call him at 314-889-0503. If you are just starting out, if you are sitting there going, man, I'm only a handful of years away from retirement, and anybody in between, having a financial advisor, man, I can't tell you the importance of it. I cannot overstate it. Mark Hanna is a wonderful person, and somehow a phone call with Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies makes you feel better about your financial situation because you've taken the first step to learn more about it and get on the right track for what your and your family's goals are. 314-889-0503. 314-889-0503, or go online at evergreen-ws.com. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour here on The Morning After. It's 9 o'clock in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. Gabe DeArmond joins us next, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Charlie Marlow at 9:30. This is The Morning After, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, and that's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues lose last night, off today, back in action tomorrow to take on the Ottawa Senators. That's going to be a 6 p.m. puck drop. Pre-game is going to start right here on 101 ESPN at 5 p.m. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Well, they'll be playing it in Kansas City at noon on Sunday. All the eyes of the nation are focused on Notre Dame being left out. Miami being left out? I don't know.
I don't know who's going to get left out.
What are you going to be watching, Jackson, at noon? You going to be watching Missouri, Kansas, or the college football playoff?
Missouri, Kansas, with not even a second of hesitation.
Yeah. Got to be honest with you. I'll be watching the college football playoff rankings. But hey, you know what? Some people like some things. The Colonel likes everything, and he joins us right now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, brought to you by James Carlton here on the morning after 101 ESPN on the TMASTL YouTube channel. Morning, Colonel. What's the word, Colonel?
Nothing, man. Just hanging out. What's up?
Are you going to Kansas City?
I am not. No. We'll do a post-game show. Drew's going up there for us. We'll have a video guy up there, but I am not personally traveling.
Yeah. The weekend is a substantial one, both because you have Missouri, Kansas, and you also have the college football playoff festivities with these games that may or may not continue to exist, probably pending on what takes place and how much chaos occurs from the festivities. What is your expectation when it's all said and done with what they do with the college football playoff? I know they pushed the deadline from December 1st to after the playoff in January.
Yeah, I think so. You're asking my expectation for the playoff.
I mean, the Big Ten's been pushing for a larger number. Then there's the talk of just automatic teams. What is your expectation that they would actually do for 2026?
Oh, well, it's probably going to go to 16, I would think, because we just keep thinking, well, if we just get a few more teams in, then there won't be any argument. We put 68 teams in the NCAA tournament and spend 2 hours afterwards complaining about the team that didn't get in. No matter, like Vandy's trying to put an extra game on the schedule as if they could get in. By the way, Vandy's not one spot out of this thing. They're behind Miami and Texas. One win isn't putting them in unless, like, Notre Dame agrees, yeah, we'll play you and just put our spot at risk. Let's see how that goes. But next year we'll complain about number 17, and then they'll go to 24, and we'll complain about number 25. There's always somebody that doesn't get in. It's fine. You know the rules beforehand. So just go do what it takes to get in. If you finish number 13, sorry, man, that sucks. You probably should have been a little better.
The Vanderbilt plan about adding some kind of game that wasn't on the schedule, that'll never work, will it? Is that just a complete fantasy?
Look, Diego Pavia's tweeting at Trump to sign an executive order. That actually seems probably more likely than adding a 13th game.
Yeah.
I mean, it's ridiculous. You know what the rules are, and they might change the rules. But, I'm sure there's going to be outrage if Duke wins the ACC and 2 G5 teams get in this thing. I'm sure there's going to be outrage about that, and we'll need another lawsuit, or we'll need I don't know. You know what the rules are. Just go be one of the top 10 teams. And it's never going to be without argument. I mean, if Notre Dame gets in over Miami, then I'm sure there's an argument about that, and it's a valid argument, but I don't know what to tell you because it's a committee. You have 136 teams and you're taking 12 of them. There's no way to balance schedules and just, say, well, this team won a tiebreaker over that team. I mean, who knows how it works.
I think the issue is there's still, it seems to be, right, some subjectivity in that room where they just kind of say, well, we went back and watched a game. And I think that's the part that's so infuriating, is that it's not crystal clear, like, what the standard is.
But, like, how do you avoid that? I mean, how do you break a tie between BYU and Texas and Miami and Notre Dame and Vandy? Only two of those teams get in. How do you decide? Like, there's no other way to do it. You can't say they all play in different leagues with completely different schedules, and I don't know how you do it other than
is there an equivalent of like a net the net ranking in basketball, which is it used to be the RPI that they would default to? Right. Is there some? I wonder if there's an analytic that can spit out which one is higher in the football world.
I mean, there's like the Mountain West picked the teams in their conference title games by basically taking 5 different computer rankings and averaging them out. You can do that if you want to, but then people are still going to say, well, that computer screwed our team. I mean, then we're just blaming the computers as opposed to human beings.
For the 2 big games on Saturday, Georgia and Alabama, Indiana, Ohio State, how do you expect those 4 teams will approach that game, since all of them, with the possible exception of Alabama, are firmly in the playoff already?
Yeah, I think Alabama's the only one in any danger. I think obviously the Big Ten game is for the number 1 seed. Georgia could get number 2. I've argued I'm not sure. Like, I don't know if you want 1 or 2 because you're not playing. I mean, the 5 seed's pretty good. You're playing probably James Madison, I would guess, in round 1. But for Indiana, winning the Big Ten 13-0 would be a huge deal. I think that game matters more to Indiana than it does to Ohio State. The SEC game certainly matters more to Alabama because I think they would like to avoid any controversy and be in on their own merit. They've beaten Georgia twice. I think they would have to be seeded. I mean, I think if Bama wins that game, you're talking about jumping up to the 4 seed. So I think it does matter, but they don't. All 4 of those teams are getting in.
Gabe DeArmond with us, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. He is with us on Mondays. He's with us on Fridays, and James presents him both times. 314-961-4800. You may have heard James talking about it, and he doesn't run around with these sales every single week. He said in his 18 years, he has not seen auto rates as low as right now. BK made the switch. Jamie Rivers made the switch. You can make the switch, 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. That's James Carlton. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm. Colonel, 2 things that you've been saying for a while. Eli Drinkwitz was really in the mix for the Penn State job. I was skeptical. Now seeing the Penn State situation, now I do absolutely think that he had to have been in the mix. That thing has gotten away from Pat Kraft. And you also were saying, I don't know why they haven't called Matt Campbell, and now Matt Campbell, according to Pete Thamel, is the focus after they have missed on a variety of others. Anything new to report on the situation in Happy Valley?
I haven't super closely been following it the last few days, but I thought Matt Campbell should have been literally the first guy they called when they fired James Franklin. I mean, it fits. He's a Big Ten-ish guy. You're offering him the chance to jump into one of the major conferences in a spot where he'd have a shot to make a playoff. And I don't know, maybe you guys feel differently. Penn State does not deserve to get him after this search. As bad as this has been, if they end up with Matt Campbell, I'm going to be unhappy about that. Like, they deserve everything they get for hiring a terrible football coach, and I don't think – like, Matt Campbell would have been my first call at Missouri if Eli Drinkwitz left. I think that would be a phenomenal hire at the end of a search that honestly probably should get the athletic director fired.
I liked him for Mizzou back in 2016. They kept Odom, obviously, after the Pinkel departure there. But I would say if you're Campbell, though, I wonder, do you want to work for that guy? As bungled as this is, I guess you can't turn down Penn State.
And that's the thing. Like, it's a chance to get – now, Matt Campbell is – like, he's turned down bigger jobs than this, but I think – with the landscape the way it is, everybody just wants to be in the Big Ten or the SEC, and that's That's the pitch, right? Like, he's hit the ceiling there. I don't know how much further it can go. I mean, yes, they could have won the conference title game last year, but he has had them in playoff contention. Do you guys remember back, mid 2000s? Dan McKernan got Iowa State to 7 wins, maybe 8 one year, and they were in contention for the Big 12 North title. And in hindsight, McKernan should have left at that point, but he didn't. He stayed. It slid back down. I mean, I don't know how Matt Campbell can get much higher than he's been in Ames the last few years.
I'm still wondering if Drinkwitz was ever really in contention for some of these big jobs, or was that just his agent sending that information along? What do you think about that?
I mean, I guess we'll never know. I think certainly, like Tim said, if you look at Penn State now, I mean, if he wasn't in contention, he probably should have been. Florida, I maintain. I think he would have gotten the Florida job last year if Lane Kiffin didn't get it. And everything I've heard was that the AD there really liked him, but it just became a situation where, the fans aren't going to accept this if this is our hire. So he fell off that list. Auburn, I certainly think, I mean, I had somebody that covers Auburn on Friday morning text me and say, hey, is Drink signed, sealed, and delivered? Is that done? And I said, yeah. So I think, looking at what happened with Auburn when they lost John Sumrall and all that, I think he'd have had a chance if he waited that one out. LSU, I'm a little more, I mean, first of all, again, everybody knew, everybody that didn't live in Gainesville knew Lane Kiffin was going to LSU. So I think he was number 2 there doesn't really matter. And also, I think it's easy to say he's number 2 when you're pretty sure number 1 is happening. If Lane hadn't gone there, if that had fallen apart, would he have actually gotten that job offer? I'm pretty skeptical. But I think Penn State and Auburn, absolutely, he was at least in the mix. I'm not saying I know he could have gotten those jobs, but I think he'd have had a chance.
Gabe, what was the takeaway recruiting day? I did appreciate Drink saying, what happened? This used to be a big deal. I mean, he was trying to hype it up, but it is so bizarre now. And these high school kids, they're excited about it, but there's really no commitment long term. But what was any takeaway? They signed 19 kids?
Yeah, no, it's cool for the kids, but I mean, signing day, I used to be up at 5:30 in front of my computer. It used to be a 15, 16-hour day. I just kind of went about my normal day on Wednesday and showed up at his press conference. It's just, there is not the buzz, and it would be different. I think there would be buzz for, certain situations. I mean, if you have a Luther Burden type deal, that's going to be a big deal still at Missouri. But overall, I mean, 2 years ago, Missouri signed 22 high school kids, and 10 of them are already gone, and a couple more probably will be when the portal opens in January. That same year, they signed 17 transfers, and 15 of them played. Where would you put your energy and resources? And if you're a fan, which one do you care more about? Because one, you're not signing players out of the portal that aren't expected to contribute immediately. I mean, Missouri's recruiting class this past year, I think 4 or 5 guys burned the red shirt, and one of them wouldn't have, Matt Zollers, except they had no other choice. So, it's kind of it's become the equivalent of people who really like to follow the farm system in baseball. I mean, cool, these guys will be up here in 2 or 3 years. Also, maybe not. Maybe they'll just be somewhere else.
When a high school kid gets recruited, does he get a big check?
I don't think big, depending on, I mean, if you're a 5-star, sure. But I don't think going forward, most schools are probably spending big money on the high school kids. I mean, Missouri did it, last year, and then the 4 of the 5 or 6 highest priced guys just took the check and walked out after the season. So they kind of learned that lesson. Yeah, they kind of learned that lesson. So I think really if you're Missouri, look, if you have a Luther Burden, if you have a big time kid in the area that you can get, certainly you need to go after him. If you can get a Donovan Alubade, a kid who you are pretty confident is going to come in and play as a freshman, you do that. Other than that, I think you take developmental kids. You take 3-star kids that know going in, hey, I'm probably not seeing the field for a couple of years, and I'm okay with that. Now, they could obviously still change their minds and not be okay with it, but I don't think you take the kids in between that. You either take kids that are going to play right away, or developmental kids that know this is going to be a 2 or 3 year process for them, because I think the kids in between, the problem is they're ranked highly enough that they think they should play right away. And if they don't play right away, they're probably leaving.
Gabe DeArmond with us, brought to you by James Carlton. We started out talking about that Missouri-Kansas game. Looking forward to the post-game program. What are your thoughts on this game? Kansas has got some real issues with shooting. They had a lead against UConn the other night, but lost that and lost at home. Missouri had their lead, and as you wrote, the final, 60 seconds of the first half when they were up 12 and gave up 5 points, that wound up carrying over into the second half, and then the open looks that Notre Dame was able to get killed them. Your anticipation of what we will see on Sunday in Kansas City between the two longtime rivals?
I mean, I think part of it is whether Darren Peterson finally plays for Kansas or not. I don't know. I have no inside information, but that seems like something Bill Self would save him for the Missouri game and debut him there. I mean, generally considered the number one pick in the NBA draft next year. So that obviously makes a huge difference for KU if he can play and play well. I think there's a big difference between losing a lead late against Connecticut and losing one late against Notre Dame. I mean, this Missouri team, played one real game, and even that, I don't think Notre Dame's a tournament team. It may be, but it's not a surefire thing. And so Missouri has to prove it can win a game like this that Kansas kind of has already. I think Missouri has the ability. I don't think this is maybe an elite Kansas team, at least not without Peterson on the floor, but it certainly is more proven. And I think for Missouri, and I've been banging this drum for 2 or 3 weeks, they got to get Anthony Robinson going. Yeah. If they don't, this season's not going where they think it is.
The Colonel will be on the postgame show. Missouri and Kansas, 12 o'clock tip on Sunday in Kansas City as the rivalry is renewed, this time in Kansas City. You'll catch that on Power Mizzou and on YouTube. Colonel, always appreciate the time and the perspective, sir. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks, guys. Have a good one.
You too. It's Gabe DeArmond with us here on TMA 101 ESPN. The program presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, online at brownandcrouppen.com or by calling 314-222-2222. Brown and Crouppen, longtime TMA presenting sponsor, and we ask that you support the sponsors. On board with the show, the name of the game is making sure you do business with the companies you hear supporting the program. And Brown and Crouppen has been supporting St. Louis now for more than 45 years. Founded in St. Louis in 1979, they are local. And don't you want a local law firm, one that knows how to handle the ins and outs of your case in the local environment? If you are in need of an attorney, that's where Brown and Crouppen comes into play. They are part of our community. After an accident, money can be tight, and that's why they offer so much for free. First call, free. First consultation, free. Stuck at home or the hospital, they come to you for free. At Brown & Crouppen, you pay nothing up front. They don't get paid unless you get paid. And when you're a Brown & Crouppen client, all your questions are answered for free. Get the facts from Brown & Crouppen. If you think you may need Brown & Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222. Or go to brownandcrouppen.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about them on The Morning After. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. What a glorious return coming up here in a matter of moments in this Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Charlie Marlow, not the AI version, but the real one, is going to be with us indeed. Now, the Callier and Thompson phone lines. That is next on TMA. Watch it on the TMA STL YouTube channel.
If you're out shopping this weekend, need a break, or just want to watch all the games, head to Village Bar. The added perk on Saturdays right now between noon and 5, the tasting room for 1879 Distilling is open noon to 5, Saturdays only. That means you can sample the great products, the 1879 rye, the bourbon, the Red Barn vodka, all of these available. The tasting, you can also check out the distillery. This is all right next door. It's a really cool spot. It's a gift shop, tasting room, kind of a little speakeasy spot that's connected to Village Bar. It's a little-known secret, but it's open now on Saturdays, noon to 5. So if you're up there watching the games, football, college basketball, enjoying a cheeseburger, the waffle fries, you already know about the great menu, the great food at Village Bar. Such a great hang-up, but noon to 5 tomorrow. Every Saturday here in December, check out the 1879 tasting room right next door, and you'll get to sample the product, but also get a little tour on top of it all. Pretty cool spot there. So when you're at the Village Bar on Saturday, ask about the tasting room between noon and 5. Find out more online, 1879distilling.com, St. Louis, Missouri.
Well, Doug, they'll be playing it in Indianapolis tomorrow night.
Whose fight song is this?
I assume it's the Buckeyes.
It is.
Yeah, Sir Chuckles Marlow. He's going to make a glorious return to this presentation. The presentation, of course, called The Morning After, and it's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. 9 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on this presentation. And coming up, we will have Charlie Marlow joining us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. We will have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. And you can email in for that Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day and compete against the greats. Doug, you know anything about Design Air? I know you like a guy named Adam, right? He works over there?
Well, Adam's been to my home. He's bold and he is daring, and he'll get his head right there in the furnace and get it cleaned out. That's what he did for me, and that's what one of the Design Air technicians can do for you. If you have a furnace, especially if it's gas, it's important to get it cleaned out every now and then, or you could be having some problems there. At Design Air, they'll be happy to come out, take a look, see if everything is okay. They do that kind of service on the regular for a lot of their customers, and they've been doing it since 1904. That's when the company started, and here they are 121 years later, still thriving, still got a great business going because they do fantastic work for the people of St. Louis. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You're never going to be sold something that you don't need. Whether you're dealing with the summer heat or the St. Louis cold, they've got your back with dependable service and no pressure solutions. Visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904, and of course, home of the handsome repairmen, people like the Rugged Joe.
Oh, wow.
Had the Rugged Joe at our house a couple of Fridays ago. Tim, updates, Jamie Rivers. I did inquire early in the show. We talked about Alanis Morissette being from Ottawa, and I said, this is obviously important here. Did you date Alanis Morissette?
Yep.
He responded immediately, who is this? Jamie Rivers and I, very tight colleagues. He said the story is very true. He said it was before her stardom. He said, I may have contributed to some of her anger.
Oh,
well,
nice.
That's an Ottawa update. Talked to Tom Ackerman yesterday. No radio wars there. Talked to Tom, big Indiana guy going to the game.
Oh, wow.
He's going to Indiana-Louisville basketball and then going to the Big Ten title game. And he said, for Hoosier fans, this game means a ton. He said, because we never have a chance to beat Ohio State.
That's
so they're
what I would
taking
think.
it serious. And he was reminding me when Signetti got that job a couple of years ago. Remember the basketball court? He had the mic, and he said, Michigan sucks. Mm-hmm. And then the people roared. He said, so does Ohio State. So does Purdue. And he just started going through all the Big Ten teams. And when he arrived, people were like, oh, who's this clown? James Madden talking smack. Well, he's been able to back it up. And I think because I talked to Ackerman yesterday, Charlie's dodging us. We're having some phone issues with the
Oh, is that right?
Well, there's something going on with his phone because it wouldn't ring through.
Yeah, I kept getting dial tone for whatever reason, and then just text him to call us.
Got Denny Hamlin on the other line.
So he might be on the phone. I don't know what's going on.
All right, Doug. Well, you know what we'll do? We'll battle through.
Okay, what Signetti has done at Indiana can't be overstated. I mean, this program was a doormat for decades. They had nothing for decades. And to do what he's done in the Big Ten, no less, and now they're just a dominant team, it's really pretty incredible. That's my hot take.
Okay.
I just wanted to say just how incredible it is.
We're going to pick later, too.
Yeah, we got the picks.
All right, we got the big weekend. There's Chuckster calling in right now.
Charlie Marlow joining us right now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. The Ohio State Buckeyes, Doug, 4.5-point favorites tomorrow. Your total 47.5. And keep an eye on this. Anthony Stalter brought this up on the Spread Zone. The Big Ten championship game has gone over all but 3 years in its history. The total 47.5 tomorrow night. Morning, Chuckles.
Good morning, fellas. How we doing?
We're thrilled to have you on the program. Jackson was cursing you, though, because of whatever phone situation you had. Martin theorized you're on the other line with Denny Hamlin.
You know what? I swear my phone didn't ring, but it is what it is. I saw your text, so
yeah, we're all good.
Hey, Martin can't complain. Okay, did you hear what Martin tried last week with me?
Oh, no, I'm not familiar with what we got going on here.
So Martin's there, right?
Yes.
Thanks, buddy. Did I not text you?
Well, I have to say, I wasn't listening before, so I just want to make sure. I know you guys take a lot of vacations and all that.
Oh,
so,
every time we have a guest on.
I know.
So last week, there's this blizzard, and Martin texted me on Saturday because clearly his sports final guest had canceled because of the snow and was like, hey, can you come in tomorrow for a segment while there's 6 inches of snow on the ground?
But you're a trooper. You're a Toledoian, and you can handle it. Other people melt with the snow. You're bold. You're brave. You've got a big old pickup, kind of a Hoosier in Glendale, and then you could make it in, was my theory.
I know, and I will do it. But we were doing the whole Christmas tree deal on Sunday, so I'll come in another time. I'm sorry.
No, so you said no to him.
Wow. So no, turned me down. He said, "I'll get in there at some point."
Okay. But somebody had to cancel, right?
No, I think what it was, we had a couple of reports lined up. I wasn't clear on my math. My Sunday night math, we don't really need guests on Sunday as much as we do during the week. So I wasn't sure what my math was, and I theorized you and I could tape something and maybe have a part of it on Sunday, another part 2 on Monday. But it's neither here nor there, Chuck. The real issue is you and Jackson being sideways over Landman. You texted me yesterday, and that started this whole beef.
Yeah, I was listening yesterday. I was driving to Kenny Wallace, big open house, big live show. And I will say to Jackson, I have not watched any of the episodes this season yet. And I liked your description. What was your description? It was
potato chip television
show.
Yeah, potato chip.
I like that a lot.
Thank you.
This is obviously for content here. My only little issue was I just think it has more substance than you let on.
No, I think it has a lot of. I think I really enjoy the show. I love 95% of it. The 5% I don't like is that the Billy Bob Thornton's daughter, her whole plot line seems like it's ripped from a late 80s sitcom and seems bad given how much substance the other storylines have.
Okay, I get that, but also, I mean, this is a show for guys. Guys,
it's gotta get you gotta share it up.
Well, I'll tell you what. Here's what I didn't like about, and I'm guessing she's still involved. Again, I haven't watched this year, but last year. Well, again,
you got kids. I get it.
I'll binge them soon. But last year, she's playing a 17-year-old, right?
Yeah.
I think she was 26 or 27. I feel like we should get away from that in Hollywood. This is like, Tim, you remember growing up with Beverly Hills 90210? I think it was that Gabrielle Carteris who randomly ended up being the president of SAG-AFTRA, I think. She was like 30 playing a 16 or 17-year-old. I think we should move away from that because it feels kind of creepy a little bit. You got this girl who's like 26. She's playing a 17-year-old. They're sexualizing her. I thought that was a little odd.
Yeah. I think we're in lockstep on that one there, Chuck. I think we're in lockstep on all of this stuff. There you go. We're often in lockstep.
Okay, so it's all good.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's probably hard to find 17, 18-year-old actresses who can pull it off, though. I'm sure that's why they use the older people.
Good point, Doug.
Okay, thank you.
Cut that off, too. Texters love it. They said the pool pisser is back on the air. Somebody else wants to know about Michael Jordan being in court. Can you give us a brief, very brief NASCAR update?
I'll try to make it brief. I know I don't want you guys to lose all your audience, but this is kind of funny, actually. So yesterday, Michael Jordan's walking into court. And you know how it is with the trials. Everybody gets everybody walking in. There's this really good NASCAR reporter named Bob Pockris for Fox Sports, Martin.
Yeah.
Really good guy, nice guy, and he's very fair. There's some guys that are kind of NASCAR shills, I'll be honest with you, that basically just kind of say whatever the sanctioning body wants, especially some of the people that kind of basically work for NASCAR media. Michael Jordan walks past Bob Pockris yesterday, and he goes sarcastically, he goes, "Do you work for NASCAR?" And Bob Pockris goes, "No, Fox." And MJ kind of laughs and goes, "You sure?" And it was like a really funny way for him calling out Bob Pockris for being a NASCAR shill, which, by the way, is not true at all. But I just found it very funny because a lot of in this trial, they're going after a lot of the NASCAR people that are kind of shilling for the organization. But I think, look, this is day 5 of the trial, and I won't go too long, but I think NASCAR is in trouble. I think they've looked pretty bad, not just in this trial this week, but some of the stuff that was leaked, some of the texts and emails last week were really, really bad.
But this would be the equivalent, like the Cowboys suing the NFL, right?
Pretty much, yes. So here's a good, to me, I think the most damning thing was last week. So Richard Childress, about 80 years old, he was the guy who owned Dale Earnhardt Sr.'s car. He's still an owner, Richard Childress Racing. Well, the president at the time of NASCAR in these texts and emails basically said he's dumb, he needs to be taken out back and flogged, and called him a stupid redneck. And so NASCAR fans for years have kind of thought that the suits, that the NASCAR execs thought of them as rednecks. And then the fact that they're calling one of the most respected owners, literally, we have the messages, calling this dude a stupid redneck who needs to be taken out back and flogged. It's a really bad look. And it kind of basically confirmed what all these old school Southern roots NASCAR fans have thought over the years, that they're trying to go to the big markets and go west, and they've kind of forgotten about the hardcore fan base.
All right, Tim, that's enough. Okay, I apologize. It's my fault.
I mean, I tried to go quick.
No, you're good,
It's
Johnny.
my fault. I brought it up. I was going to follow up, and I said, I just can't. I think we need to talk college football. I apologize.
Chuckles, I'm
Isn't that
curious.
pretty? I mean, real quick, doesn't that kind of transcend NASCAR? Like when you have a trial where Michael Jordan is suing a sport, and it's their first real labor dispute, legitimate one in their history. I do think it transcends NASCAR, but we can move on.
I am truly curious on the Big Ten championship from an Ohio State standpoint. If I were to give you the choice of you can win the game, but you lose a starter for the college football playoff, or you can lose the game but come out of it healthy, what choice would you make?
100% lose the game, come out of it healthy.
All right. That's what I thought we were with this, but I wanted to make sure. All right, give me your reasoning. I agree with you, but I wanted to hear your reasoning.
Well, I'm not saying that the conference championships don't matter at all, but they really don't matter that much. I mean, especially with Buckeye fans now, and it's always been beat Michigan, win a national championship. You know, beating Michigan usually meant you won the Big Ten. So obviously you want to win this game, but I think, and here's where I'll criticize myself and Buckeye fans, because we did go nuts over Ryan Day, and I'll admit that, but I think we were also conditioned over the years. Usually losing to Michigan, especially in that manner, was the end of your season. And it was really luck that they had just expanded the playoff to 12. So that loss should have been, if you think about it, it should have been maybe the worst Michigan loss in the history of the program, but it's a footnote because they went on to win the national championship. So, yeah, I mean, if you're a Buckeye fan, you already beat Michigan this year. Clearly, you want to go to the playoff healthy. And here's another thing. Like, we used to go to this game every year, like 2015 to 2019. Then Michigan kept winning. Me and my brothers and cousins would go. And we were trying to get tickets. I looked before the show here. 4 tickets in a row is $765 for a Big Ten championship game that doesn't really matter because Indiana's in. I don't believe they've ever been in this championship game. Plus, they clinched on the Friday night, so like all the Indiana folks can get the tickets for a game in Indy. That's just like, to me, that's insane. That's the price you should pay for a national championship or a quarterfinal or a semifinal game.
Yeah, I would imagine that the split is going to be heavily Indiana as opposed to Ohio State in the building tomorrow night.
For sure. I will say the one thing about Buckeye fans is they did kind of get used to that being a thing where they would go every year. And you know, that's kind of it shows where the program is, where you're expecting to get to Indy every year. We kind of did. So Buckeye fans would kind of make that part of their early December trip, and then Michigan, you have COVID, then Michigan wins for 4 years. So I still think Buckeye fans will show up, but I agree. Indy fans will be a larger contingent. And then if you're a Buckeye fan thinking about spending some money on tickets, I think you got Cotton Bowl. What are the other sites? But I mean, if you want to watch this team make a run, potentially, you got to make some flights and pay some big tickets for the playoff.
I think it speaks to the diminished importance of the college football conference championship games that you have number 1 versus number 2, both undefeated, both with some damn impressive wins. And also, and I'm not saying that, we talked about this when you were in studio a couple weeks ago, the Big Ten doesn't have the week in, week out gauntlet that not every SEC team, but most SEC teams would face. A&M didn't really face it this year. But so they're finally getting to play each other, and I feel like it's kind of like, oh yeah, it's a footnote. If these two teams were playing for the college football playoff or for a spot to get into it, I wouldn't be, I mean, I'd be so excited about it, but I'm going out to dinner tomorrow night and I'll be like, oh yeah, I'll catch the end of it, whatever. And I think that speaks to where the state of conference championship games now and going forward.
Yeah, I agree. And one thing, I've never been a big fan of conference realignment. I know Mizzou fans will probably disagree with me on that, but especially now that the college football playoff has expanded, I just hate the fact that there's not really a Pac-12. I hate the fact that the Big Ten and the SEC have 16 and 18 teams, whatever it is. People were crushing Ohio State this year for their schedule, which I 100% get. What do you got? 18 teams, and you play 9 games. So that's kind of a dice roll on who's going to be good. And I know the SEC is deeper, but if you look at Ohio State, last year they played Indiana, who was very good. They played Oregon, who was obviously number 1 in the country. They played a good Penn State team. This year, they don't have Oregon. They don't have Indiana. Penn State sucked. But if you look at next year's Ohio State schedule, it's really, really tough. But if you have 16 or 18 teams, kind of luck of the draw, you could have a schedule that is either really tough or is pretty soft.
And that's kind of the core issue right now, is so much of a team's perceived success revolves around what you just called the luck of the draw of the schedule. Texas A&M didn't do anything wrong. Hell, they took a game against Notre Dame in South Bend. But as it turns out, the best win that Texas A&M has in the SEC is what?
Missouri.
Is it? I mean, is it? I mean, it might be. And so you look at A&M in the SEC and you go, okay, the only team they beat in the SEC in the top half is in Missouri. I don't even know if it is in the top half when it's all said and done. So much of this is kind of and when we were talking about the Penn State job, going, yeah, Drinkwitz might go there because if you look at their schedule next year, they get to dodge a bunch of teams. And that does go back to the expansion point you made.
Yeah, and as a Buckeye fan, I'll say this. I don't want to say, I'm not scared of or don't respect Texas A&M, but if there's one SEC team you don't want to see until the championship, to me, still it's Georgia. And maybe I'm wrong on that. And then here, I want to throw this to you guys. I think one of the great reasons that it was good they expanded was because if you look at the first year of the 4 team, when Ohio State won it all, they were the 4 seed. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe there was a year where Alabama was the 4 seed. And that kind of showed you that, you know what, in some years, probably a 5 or a 6 could have won it. Now, last year was weird, but Ohio State wins at, what were they, the 8, I believe?
Doug with a...
I don't remember.
Yikes.
I don't know.
Jeez,
Okay.
Doug.
Either way, I think they were the 8. But my point is, I think in some of these years, the best team could be the 5th seed, could be the 6th seed. And I bring this up because I probably wouldn't say this in any other year, but I think there's a team that could be left out of the playoff that I feel like could actually win the college football
100%
playoff.
agree
what
with
team
you.
do you think that is?
Multiple. I mean, take your pick. I think Notre Dame. I don't think Texas gets in. I'd like to see Vanderbilt get in, but I don't think they could win it. But Notre Dame, Texas, or Miami, I think if they were actually in it, I think they could win it. And I agree with you. Most years you couldn't say that. Who do you see it as?
Yeah. So my answer, and you're probably right about Miami and Notre Dame. I'm thinking Texas.
Yep.
I know they have 3 losses. I know the loss to Florida is a bad loss. But, early in the year, Arch Manning was terrible in that game. At Ohio State, they play him within 7 points. Who've they beaten, right? Texas A&M. They've beaten Oklahoma and Vandy. They have 3 very impressive wins. So I'm not saying they'd be the favorite, but if you ask me, do you think Texas could go through the college football playoff and win 3 or 4 games? That wouldn't surprise me, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. And whereas, for example, and it's not just like a blue blood bias thing, I don't think Oklahoma has a chance. So Oklahoma would be considered a blue blood. I'd be shocked if Oklahoma was the national. Absolutely shocked. But I could see Notre Dame, who might not get in, winning the national championship. So, and I agree with you on the Texas thing too, because I think they are a better team than they were when they were slapping it around in Columbus and then having problems in Starkville and in Lexington, Kentucky as well. Do you believe Ohio State is in another class, or do you see them as being vulnerable in, whenever they get together around New Year's Eve or New Year's Day for their first playoff game?
I really think they might be in a different class. I really do. And I don't think that's even me being biased. Last year, I picked Michigan with the points in that game. I never thought Michigan would win that game. But I usually go into the Ohio State games, trying to take emotions out of it. And I don't know what it is. We always joke in sports about flipping a switch. Something damn well happened with Ryan Day last year when he lost that Michigan game. I'm telling you, when they were playing Michigan some of the previous years, now some of the years Michigan was actually better. It wasn't even losing. Now last year, it wasn't just the loss. It was that you were a 3-touchdown favorite at home and you played scared. Like, I'm watching on TV, and I'm telling you, I could feel the tension through the TV. And then Ohio State goes on the run. You know, they go from essentially not winning a big game in almost 4 years. And I don't mean to take a dig at Indiana, but I mean, like, for Ohio State, big games, Michigan, college football playoff games. They hadn't done that for almost 4 full seasons until the college football playoff last year. And now they win every freaking game. They cover all these games. I think they've won, 7 games versus top 10 teams. You can make an argument last year's last 4 games is the best 4-game run in the history of college football. And then, so the Michigan game couldn't have started worse for Ohio State. You fall behind 3-zip, you throw the pick, so it was You're down 6-zip, you're on the road, the weather's bad. The weather didn't necessarily favor Ohio State. And it's not just about them winning. They kind of even panned to Ryan Day, and it was a different feel than last year. It didn't feel like they were rattled. It felt like they were just cool. They were just going to, get past this, and they methodically showed they were the better team. And that's honestly what I said. I said Ohio State was going to win like 31-10. I don't remember the score. Was it 28-9 or something like that? And I also think there's something to Ryan Day kind of de-throttling this year and shortening these games. And he knows that it's going to take, 16, 17 games, and he wants to stay healthy. It does kind of feel like this Ohio State team can, find another gear when they want to. But then again, maybe their schedule has just sucked. So I don't know. That's where I do think, because the schedules are so odd, this could be a fun year where you don't really know how good everybody is.
Chuck, other than nights and weekends free spent with your family at home, what are your biggest regrets leaving the 2 Fox? Missing that celebrity?
You know what?
Yeah.
I would, I'd be corny here, but I'm not going to. I'm going to give you an honest, genuine answer. I miss you, Martin. I miss the friendships. I miss, Jober and Roman. And I will say that because I'm 90% work from home, basically, or from my laptop, which I really like. I mean, I like the fact that I can just work from anywhere. It's great. But I do think it's good to see people. It's good to have friends at work and colleagues and the water cooler talk and all that. So, that's something I definitely miss. I definitely miss all the people at Fox 2. So and you guys too. That's why I want to, I'll come in every once in a while.
Well, that's what you would think, Tim. So what he's saying is he misses the interaction, yet he's invited to the 2 Fox on a Sunday, and we'll postpone it. This show, it's usually over the phone. I'm just saying those opportunities are there, Charles.
First of all, I am very busy. I mean, I was editing a story right when I did this call, which is great. I'm not complaining whatsoever. But again, if people missed the first part of this call, and I feel like it didn't really hit home, but Martin only invited me after there was the
only
biggest blizzard. The biggest blizzard in St. Louis. He invited me the day before, and I don't know if I believe him. I think someone else canceled. But again, I will come one of these days.
Unclear at this time. It'll come out in the trial, okay? It's all going to come out in the trial.
I still can't get past the idea
you want more NASCAR talk?
I'm still upset for you that you can't afford the $700-some-odd ticket to go see Ohio State tomorrow. Is this because your podcast has been such a financial disaster?
That's
Francesca. How dare you, Doug? Just because we're our own marketing department. Best month ever in 4 years of Kenny Wallace.
Really?
Almost 4 million
It's
views.
big numbers, man. This Chuckles has it figured out.
In November alone, this NASCAR lawsuit is like God's gift to content. It really is. That's why I hate to say it, but I want this NASCAR lawsuit to go, and they just keep appealing it, and it goes years and years and years. It's so salacious. I know you don't want to talk about NASCAR.
No, it's fine. My colleague, Kevin Ryan, saw the great Jess Marlow the other day. They were both working out, and she said to Kevin, Charlie's knee-deep in all this NASCAR trial. I'm like, see, it's a thing.
Oh, it's we're putting out 2-3 videos every day on it. But, Doug, don't you think it's always about the money, but it's not about the money, but it's about the money. But isn't it about the principle to pay $765 for as Tim said, a conference championship game that doesn't really matter? I remember I never paid big money for tickets. I went to an NBA Finals game years ago with my cousin in Miami with LeBron at the peak of the Heatles. it wasn't close to $765. That's nuts.
Yeah.
What about parking, Doug?
I just
Where
thought
do
in
you draw the
Indianapolis
line?
you could stay at Henshin's place, maybe save $1 that way.
Yeah, that's about him.
Does he still listen?
Oh
Yeah.
God, yes, he is. He is a very active texter.
Good for him. He's a good guy.
Our audience has a lot of free time, Charlie. I don't know if you're aware of that. You do not have free time. Our audience does.
So, okay, and I tell you guys this. If I know can I call them your competitors? Can I not mention the show that's on the other?
Oh, the Cat and Cam. The Cat and Cam.
Yes, I'm half joking. No, but here's the thing: I can't listen to podcasts and radio because I always have headphones in, listening to audio and video for my own stuff. So, like, it's not like I'm in an office job firing emails and I can listen to a podcast. I have to have my own content in my ears. So I would listen, but while I'm working, I can't.
Okay.
Brian Henshin says my door is always open for Charlie Marlow. So there it is,
All right.
Doug. The accommodations
Saving him a couple $100
have been
right
taken
there.
care of.
Yeah, but I mean, does he got any tickets? Martin will love this. I always try to credential myself for the biggest Ohio State games of the year, even though I don't really even have a true media outlet, and I usually get denied. But I did try to credential myself for the Big Ten championship game after the deadline, and they weren't having it.
No.
When it says outlet, what do you list?
Well, here's the good part. Remember, so back to that Ohio State game that I got to go to, mostly because I was an Ohio State fan. But we did ride the Ezekiel Elliott train in 2014, the local kid, so it made a lot of sense, and Ohio State winning. So I was still in the system for the college football playoff. But then I tried to do 590 at one point. I tried to do my own YouTube. Well, now the YouTube is, it's now releasing it. We have an agreement with FTL Sports Central. So I feel like FTL Sports Central feels more prominent than me just with a YouTube channel with my name on. I also tried Kenny Wallace last year. The dude's like, this is a NASCAR channel. And I was like, but I go, hey, but NASCAR is like a southern sport, this is SC. I think it was Ohio State, Texas, whatever it was, but he wasn't buying that either.
Oh, you got to try. That's why he's the white rascal. You got to try.
You got to try.
Chuckles, great to hear from you, brother. And I would say best of luck to Ohio State, but I guess you're probably more interested in just getting out of there healthy and then seeing who you got come New Year's Eve or New Year's Day.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch. I'm really hoping my brothers don't want to go. Like, they still kind of want to go, and I don't now. So, but I may still go. We'll see.
Still might head to Indiana.
Doug kind of shamed him into it.
Chuckles, great to hear from you, brother. Always wonderful. The audience always loves when you're on. We love when you're on. And Martin would like you to come in. So whether that be television or radio.
I'll give you at least a day's notice.
I will. Can I? Am I allowed to say Merry Christmas now? Or do I have to say Happy Holidays?
Doug is really against
say it loud
Doug
and
has
clear.
a problem with it.
Okay. Well, for you, Doug, Happy Holidays. For everybody
You
else.
son of a biscuit eater.
Thank you, Charlie. Season's greetings.
Thank you, boys. You too. See ya.
God bless.
All right,
There's
then.
Charlie Marlow. Charles Leonard Marlow to you, Doug. Charles Leonard Marlow.
Okay.
And he might be staying with Brian Henshin.
Not bad.
Sounds like he is.
Yeah.
Henshin's thrown his door open to his little kitchenette that he lives in Indianapolis.
If memory serves, I spent $750 per ticket for me and my betrothed for Missouri, Kansas, Armageddon at Arrowhead. I would have paid more for that.
Yeah.
I know I spent more on that for Blues, Bruins, Game 6 Stanley Cup. But if you told me Missouri was playing even Alabama for the SEC championship game, I don't think this weekend.
Not in 2025, yeah.
This weekend, I'd just be like,
Yeah.
I'm not going to do that.
I would save up for the CFP.
Yeah, that's
where you go.
Yeah, so I was curious to get that from. But you've talked to Ackerman, who's looking at it from the Indiana side, Martin, and he's all.
Because I
about
said
it,
this
but I
game
get
doesn't really matter. He said, no, for us, it does.
Yeah.
He said, how many times have we had a legit chance to beat Ohio State? We got to do it. So, and it might be Signetti's way of thinking as well.
Yeah, sure. No, I get it. It could be sitting there as the one seed. All right, we'll take a commercial break. We have our picks coming up, and we also have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Sorry, it is happening. FanDuel Sportsbook is live and ready to roll in the Show Me State, and they're celebrating with a little something for everyone. All this week, every customer gets a no-sweat bet every day. That's right. No matter what you're betting on, if it doesn't hit, you'll get bonus bets back to keep the action going, whether it's football, basketball, hockey, or whatever you're into. You can bet it all on an app that's safe, secure, and built for every kind of fan. The interface is quick, the payouts are fast, and the experience is top tier. And now you get inside word from a sharp. That sharp is Doug Vaughn. Doug, what is your play?
I'm looking at the game on Sunday,
What do you
Tim.
got?
Denver at Las Vegas.
Oh, yeah. I was
Broncos,
thinking about this one.
7.5-point favorite. They'll go in and kill Las Vegas. Las Vegas lost 5 or 6 in a row.
Yeah.
They don't come within 7.5 points of most games that they play.
Yeah.
I'm going to say that's the safest bet. Denver over Vegas by more than 7.5.
I have to tell you, I do like that play. I was thinking the same thing on that one. So download FanDuel or visit FanDuel.com/Missouri to get started. FanDuel Sportsbook now live in Missouri. Must be 21 or older and present Missouri. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Opt-in required each day. Refund issued is now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $20. Restrictions apply, including token expirations. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Paul McCartney birthday?
This is the 52nd anniversary of Band on the Run.
The 52nd anniversary of Band on the Run, Doug.
That's exciting stuff. It's an anniversary the whole country should probably celebrate.
Great song. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Martin stuck around past onboarding because he wants to do the picks. Papers, what do we got?
Let's do it. Hold on, I got to get the tunes up. You got to just...
We going to hear some Commodores?
Yeah, you better believe it.
He's kind of the jam. Oh, my.
All right, let's do it. Championship week, only one kind of a fringe game going to be on there. The rest of them, the big dogs. We're going to start off, Doug, with the game I know you're excited for. Tulane, North Texas, the Mean Green, 2.5-point favorites.
I like Tulane's pad level.
Oh, do you really?
Yeah, so I'm going to go with Tulane.
Tulane, the
both
points?
coaches are leaving but staying for this.
Yeah.
What's the spread?
2.5 in favor of North Texas.
I'm going to take North Texas.
Okay.
I am on Tulane, and I will take the 2.5. But I'll tell you what I'm really on. The over of 66.5. That's what I'm really...
Big number. Wow.
That's what I'm really on. These teams will take care of that maybe in the third quarter, Martin.
North Texas loves going over.
Yeah.
I will also be on the Mean Green. Green Wave? What's Tulane?
I think they're the Green Wave, and then North
Texas is the Mean Green. It can very confusing.
I stand alone.
Yeah, with North Texas. I'm on Tulane. All right.
Okay.
Now we're in the big dogs. BYU, Texas Tech. Texas Tech is a 12.5-point favorite.
Oof. Well, it was my lock of the week on the spread zone, and you know I'm 9-4 on those, and it's the only thing I hold on to because I went 1-6 last weekend. I love Texas Tech this season, but tomorrow I'm so confused by the number it scares me. Give me BYU in the 12.5.
Okay, Doug.
I think Satake, the Kirkwood coach, I think he'll have his Cougars playing with their ears pinned back. So I'm going to go BYU.
It's hard to turn your back on a Pioneer.
Mm-hmm.
All I got to do is cover, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll go with Kalani.
All right. I will take Texas Tech. I just think they're so much better.
Okay.
Goodness. If we had an all for one, that could have been a concern for me.
Yeah, I knew that was going to be a problem. All right, Alabama, Georgia. Georgia, a 2.5-point favorite in Atlanta.
I'll go with Roll Tide myself.
Roll Tide, Timmy.
Take those 2.5 points.
Okay. Martin.
Georgia.
UGA for Georgia, for Martin. Douglas?
I'll go with Georgia with their big wide base.
I love Alabama so much it hurts, so I'm taking...
You live there?
For heaven's sakes.
Crimson Tide.
It hurts.
2 more games. This is the chaos game. Duke, Virginia. Wahoo Wah is a 3.5-point favorite.
I've seen it here because I'm looking at a wide variety of options.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen it go up to 4.5 actually. But with that said, this one, if you're going to be playing it, I think it's with the logic of there's no way the ACC is going to let Virginia lose this game. Just remember they can win and not cover. So this might be a good time to go biffing and money line it.
Mm-hmm.
With that established, I will take Virginia and lay the points. Jackson minus 3.5, please.
Yep. Okay.
I'll go Virginia.
Chris Long might be listening. Don't want to
Yeah, I can
offend.
see that.
That would fire me up.
I'll also go with UVA.
Ricky Horton, also a Virginia guy.
Virginia. Keith Lyle, one of my favorites.
I'm gonna needle this. I think Virginia wins, but Duke covers.
Oh, so you're going Duke?
Yeah.
Thank God.
I'm taking the Blue Devils. And the final game, the game we talked about with Charles, Leonard, Marlow, Indiana, Ohio State. The Buckeyes are 4.5-point favorites.
As I said, at Mixers in the 1990s, it's the only way I was going to score. Give me the Hoosiers.
Okay.
Oh, gosh. You went home with Hoosier gals?
That might be a promo right there.
Give me the Hoosiers.
Give me the Hoosiers.
Jimmy, these girls over here, no interest in you whatsoever. Look to the left. See those? Yeah, that's your speed. Hoosiers. Grab some Hoosiers for the road.
Yeah, I think Indiana will be highly motivated. Ohio State, maybe not so much. Oh, Indiana.
I can't avoid the...
You threading the needle again?
No, I can't avoid the all of us picking the same game and being wrong.
Right.
I also am on the Hoosiers.
Congratulations to the Buckeyes
Yeah,
on their
they're
Big
gonna
Ten
smash them,
championship
aren't
that they
they?
don't care about.
So there we are.
There it is. The picks are in for championship weekend here on TMA. It is 10:12 in St. Louis. We'll take a break. This is The Morning After.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. LeBron James' streak of double-digit scoring came to an end last night after 1,297 consecutive double-digit regular season scoring efforts in their win last night over the Toronto Raptors. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, you ready for the Ottawa game?
I'm not quite ready. I'm going to need a little bit more prepping.
Well, here's Alanis.
Okay.
The pride of Ottawa. It's TMA 101 ESPN, and it's a program that welcomes you to participate. You have 43 minutes to get a text inbox name saved on this program. Otherwise, you will not have one in 2025. Jackson Burkett will not be updating the text inbox until January 5th, 2026. 43 minutes to have a name saved in there. So here you go. 314-399-9646 coming up on the program. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Let me see what we got. We got Joey Vitale's been on the program. The Colonel's been on the program. Charlie Marlow's been on the program. And we talked it over regarding all kinds of nonsense earlier. You miss anything? Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the podcast on the morning after. Online at schaeferdoor.com. SCHAEFER door.com. That's schaeferdoor.com. With the weather as cold as it is, this is when garage door springs break more often. If that happens to you, don't panic. Just go to schaeferdoor.com, and Jason Gossrow and his team will come out there, and they will fix it quick, fast, and in a hurry. They also have set up a number to call or text, and that number is for TMA listeners. It's 636-782-3608. That number is going to get you the quickest response time, 636-782-3608. Go to schaeferdoor.com, even if you have a commercial garage door situation. That's schaeferdoor.com. They do installation. They do repairs. Schaefer Door, a CHI overhead door dealer. The concern for Blues fans is what Jim Montgomery is talking about, and that is effort. Here is what the Blues head coach said last night after the loss in Boston.
Yeah, it's an effort thing. It's a simple thing to fix. I don't have to look at the film to have a better answer for you. But I know it starts with, from within, from everybody.
Jeremy Rutherford writing a column that I would recommend people enjoy on The Athletic this morning, and the focal point on what can be fixed, because this is a big issue. The Blues have scored 2 goals or fewer in 9 of their last 10 games. In those 10 games, which covers 30 regulation periods, they have scored no goals in 15 of those periods and 1 goal in 12 of them. So 27 of 30 periods, they have had 1 goal or less. How about that, sir?
They've only scored 4 goals one time since November 15th.
Damning.
Yeah. It's just also, no matter how good your goalies are or defense is, you're not going to win if you don't score 3 or 4 a game usually.
And keep in mind the win against Utah, which gave them their second back-to-back of the season, going back to games 2 and 3, Calgary and Vancouver. That was a 1-0 game. Also, he notes that the Blues have been facing a number of backup goaltenders and not able to capitalize on that. Of note, the NHL has their holiday trade freeze, which will go from December 20th to December 27th. So now you just have 15 days before that will kick in. So would the Blues look at making a move before then? The Athletics Trade Board last month listed 3 Blues players among the top 25 candidates to go. Braden Shen, 6. Justin Falk, 8. Jordan Kyrou at 20. They also ranked the goaltending tandems in the NHL, Doug. The Blues have Jordan Binnington and Joel Hofer. Where would you think they got ranked by the athletic staff?
Well, statistically, I think they're probably near the bottom, perhaps dead last.
That's where they were. Dead last. dead at last. Here's Jordan Bennington following last night's loss in Boston.
I feel like at this point I've a good amount of experience and I know myself pretty well. So I would say, yeah, I do, as well as using the resources like coaches and, mentors in your life. But it's a combination of everything. But I believe, you can overthink it sometimes. And I think sometimes simplicity is key. That's 2 tough games. I think there's some good games before that. So I think it's just staying with it and just preparing each day, like approaching each game the same and doing your best. And I know how that goes. So just believing in yourself and finding that inner belief on a consistent basis, and I think I'll be all right and we'll be all right.
Blues in Ottawa, that is coming up tomorrow. Blues in Montreal on Sunday. And what will things look like by the time December 20th rolls around and that trade freeze? Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt slides into the dais in the 10 o'clock hour, and Martin deals with year 2 of onboarding Jackson Burkett on the 1s and 2s. This is TMA, presented by Brian and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. It's a historic St. Louis company founded in 1890. Same street the company is headquartered on today. Proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years now. They partner with the Cardinals and the Blues in the Stifel Charity Classic. They also sponsor Stifel Theater, of course. Stifel is honored to support our city, our people, and their future with financial advisors in 12 offices across the region. Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services, and as a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered. As one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world, their tagline is, where success meets success, so it's no wonder they've decided to partner with a fabulously successful program like this one right here. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
What do you think's going on here?
Is this Bobby Vinton?
Paul Anka.
Oh, is it? Yeah, of course.
Another Ottawa native.
Wow.
Oh, that's what
it's
all
papers.
about.
It's TMA 101 ESPN shows presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. I think I might be looking forward to this more than any game this weekend. Lane Kiffin's going to be on College Game Day.
Fascinating, right?
How about that?
I mean, that's going to be must-see television.
He will be on College Game Day, and which means he will be, I guess, in Atlanta? Or is he going to go
Atlanta.
remote? Oh, so he's going to be in Atlanta. All right. He is going to go live on Game Day. Last week, Nick Saban and Kirk Herbstreit said Ole Miss should let him coach in the college football playoff. And then Reese Davis got pissed because people were saying they were saying that because they were CAA
Yeah, Jimmy
counterparts.
Sexton.
Yeah,
they thought that
all
was
of CAA, the agency. And Reese Davis, who really doesn't get upset about too much.
From all accounts, like one of the nicest, calmest human beings out there.
Yeah, I think it's me and Reese Davis.
Yeah.
Maybe like Ackerman.
I don't know.
Well, you. Then
Right,
Reese
no,
Davis.
yeah, I said me first.
You guys should do a
Kinda
podcast.
said.
Yeah, called
Great.
Good Samaritan Pod.
Make our cases for threesomes.
I'm sure Reese Davis would be fired up about that.
So the train, Doug, he will be there talking it over. I think they'll grill him a little bit.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I think Herbstreit will double down, saying like how much of a travesty it is that Ole Miss didn't let him coach. That's my prediction.
You can't let him coach.
Of course not, but that's what Herbstreit was saying last week.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And I've heard some arguments like, well, look at John Summerall at Tulane, like they're letting him coach, and I'm like, well, that's just such a different deal. Tulane and Florida aren't really competing for players. Florida isn't in the college football playoff, nor it's. I didn't get that. It's like Ole Miss and LSU are directly competing for players. They play in the same conference.
I'm sure the Ole Miss fans will get a real kick out of him being on Game Day. They'll love that.
How exciting will it be next year when LSU goes to Oxford?
September 19th, brother. September 19th, LSU travels to Oxford. The schedules get released on Thursday.
Like the actual dates of games and times, or sometimes.
Yeah. All right. A variety of coaches are making their cases and or their disappointment where they are going into the weekend. Jackson has it all. What do we have here? Papers. I know we got Marcus Freeman. We got Mario Cristobal. We got Clark Lee. What do we got? What do you got it? You're El Capitan.
Let's go with Marcus Freeman. I like him the most.
It's obviously disappointed, but more so because a little bit of confusion. You're confused in terms of what we could have done differently, right? And why we fell when we won 49 to 20. We were up 42 to 6 going in the fourth quarter, and that's the only thing. And it's not I don't spend time talking about other teams, but it's just like, okay, what could we have done differently? I don't know.
He's expressing his confusion as to how they went from winning 49 to 20 against Stanford to losing ground on Alabama, who beat Auburn.
Right.
And now, if BYU were to win, if the polls stay the same, not sure that they will for the inactive teams, he would be on the outside looking in. Now Mario Cristobal's going, what are we doing behind Notre Dame? This is what he had to say.
Last time I checked, Coach, you guys beat Notre Dame in August, right? Why does that result in August not matter more to the committee?
I think it will. I'm confident that I think it will continue to be seen because it's reality. We're both 10-2. We had the opportunity to play each other, and we won the game. We won the game. Up front, our trenches performed in an outstanding manner. Certainly our defensive line had a record performance. We were able to hold one of their great players in Jeremiah Love. I know he averages 100-plus yards. We held him to 30 yards. And I think, again, I say that to credit our guys, not to put down another opponent. I don't believe in that stuff there. But the metrics are identical, and we played 4 common opponents, of which we did a better job against, minus the one situation with Syracuse. Obviously, they had the lacrosse player take over at quarterback. Truth of the matter is, football's never been about hypotheticals.
Mario Cristobal making his case. And then we got Clark Lee. Is he talking? What's he got going on here?
I honestly have not heard this, so I don't know.
He could be dropping F this and F that.
No, cut it. So I think
clean.
He can speak to more of what this is.
Just his lobbying for Vanderbilt, even though they're obviously on the outside looking in, but his disgust with the system.
Sure.
It seems like every week the goalpost moves and the process changes. Obviously, what we are living through right now is the evolution of a flawed system, and we're on the wrong side of that, and I'm frustrated by it, and I'm going to turn my attention to help change it and progress it. And 2 SEC team should be in the playoff. What game do you want to play here? It's like, how did Texas perform against Kentucky versus how we performed against Kentucky? How did Oklahoma perform against Tennessee versus how we perform against Tennessee? But if you want to discount the teams that we beat, because every time we beat them, you move them out of the top 25, then you're going to make it impossible for us to get in. So ultimately, this team deserves to be in it. This team deserves a chance to win a national championship. I will tell you, college football deserves to see Diego Pavia in this offense on the biggest stage under the brightest of lights. And it is a shame that we have a system that's going to reward automatic bids to conference champions who have no business to be in this playoff. But at the end of the day, how can you look at a 10-2 SEC team and take a 10-2 team from a group of 5 league and say that we're comparing apples to apples? There's nothing I can do about that. I'm frustrated with the committee because they had opportunities to fight for this program. And I believe that if it were blind resumes, and I also believe if we didn't have this week-to-week release of the top CFP top 25, if we just did it all at the end and say, hey, let's get in a room and figure this out, I think we'd have a way better chance. Obviously, I'm really frustrated about it as I sit here this season.
Now, what was that at the end? What was that?
That was me. Don't worry about it.
Wow, it kind of ruined the whole thing for me. I can't get past that.
How's it feel? This is the undermining of Doug Vaughn.
He can cut some audio himself if he wants.
There you go. I do really like that last point of the college football ranking show every week probably doesn't help because as we've seen teams move up and down willy-nilly. If you just did it at the end, probably have less.
But you'd still have whoever finishes 13th screaming.
For sure. But think about that one when they finally do decide it, how much pressure and tension would be on that show. That'd be awesome.
You're welcome to give your thoughts, like Cream, who asks, when is Pavia going away forever? He could be up on stage in Manhattan next week accepting the Heisman Trophy. Email today is coming up. It's brought to you by Design Air Heating and Cooling. This is TMA. Nothing like taking the family to Ted Drew's, picking out the Christmas tree, and then enjoying some of that St. Louis tradition that is the Ted Drew's frozen custard. Unbelievable. Serving the community with unmatched quality service and hometown pride for generations. It's Ted Drew's at 6726 Chippewa Street in St. Louis, 63109. Nothing like going to Ted Drew's with the family, looking at all of the trees, picking out the one that's going to be perfect for your home, and then spending time enjoying that Ted Drew's frozen custard. Make Ted Drew's part of your family's holiday tradition. Pick out the perfect tree, enjoy Ted's delicious frozen custard, and soak in the spirit of the season. It's Ted Drew's, where tradition tastes great and the holidays feel right at home. Jackson's turning on his airdrop if anybody wants to send anything to him right now.
Luckily, you have to be in a close vicinity, so that this shouldn't be a problem.
If there's somebody out there on Olive right now, and they can send you a naughty pic.
Yeah. All right, you can. It's on.
Okay.
I read where that's been an issue on airplanes sometimes.
Yeah, we actually read a story once about that, and Iggy Strode declined that, Kurt. Iggy Strode didn't understand the airdrop. He thought people were dropping their phones out of the window of the plane.
Yeah.
In fairness to Iggy, he doesn't have an iPhone, so it's not something he would have been privy to.
Yeah.
But yes, on airplanes, if you have yours on, someone might send you an, unruly picture that you didn't want.
Isn't that just unbelievable technology, though?
It is really cool.
Without plugging anything in, you can send an entire video to somebody just out of thin air.
Yeah. You're amazed by it.
I am amazed by it. Who thinks of stuff like that?
Tim Cook at Apple.
Darnell Coles.
Bill airdrop.
I guess.
Robert D. airdrop.
I'm sending Jackson the David Freese Pat Maroon interview that will make its debut after 5 years and 6 months on Monday.
Exciting. It's exciting.
A lot of build-up.
Yeah. But I think it'll be worth it.
Jackson,
I think people will enjoy it.
Been around long enough. So that is coming out on Monday, and that'll be in the Tim McKernan Show feed podcast for a podcast that Pat and I did where we interviewed Freeze, John Hamm, and Lance Berkman. Never released any of the episodes. And then he made the mistake to go win 2 more Stanley Cups afterwards. What's his problem?
Yeah, I don't know what he was thinking there.
Thank you for saying it. So we got that coming your way. Now we got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues back in action tomorrow night, taking on the Ottawa Senators. Pregame at 5 p.m., puck drop at 6 right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Oh, Doug, here we go. Hello again, everybody. Hey, can you tell me about the Collier & Thompson Phone?
Oh, yeah, that'd be a good place to go this weekend. Check out things at Collier & Thompson's showroom. It's right there on Manchester and Baldwin next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. They got more than 10,000 square feet, more than 20 kitchen displays. You'll get some great ideas what you can do with your home. Maybe you're tired of the same old kitchen, don't have the money right now for an entirely new, entire kitchen remodel, but you can give Collier & Thompson a look. See, they do a lot of partial kitchen remodels, and it's doing more and more of that every year. Maybe you just need a new island or a new appliance or two. They sell high-quality appliance, top-of-the-line stuff from Bosch, Thermador, Wolf, Sub-Zero, and more. This is a company that's been in business since the 1950s. You can trust them to be in your home. Their workers are insured. They've got that AAA rating with the Better Business Bureau. Sometimes it's hard to know who you can trust to be in your home, who's going to be there to back up the work. Collier & Thompson stands behind every job that they do, and during the process, they are always available there for you in case you need to make any changes or improvements. So check out their website. Look at some of those before and after pictures they've done. They just do absolutely beautiful work. They worked on some of the finest houses in St. Louis, and they'd love a chance to work on yours as well. It's Collier & Thompson. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
Time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Hot take. What's up with raisins? I mean, really, who likes them?
I do.
I bet this is where Doug Tapwater Vaughn chimes in and defends them and says they're wonderful.
I do. I like raisins.
You know where they have raisins aplenty?
Where?
The Gatesworth.
Oh.
That comes from the need for seed.
The need for seed.
You just got owned.
You guys don't like raisins?
Not really.
Why?
I mean, I just don't have them. I'm not anti so much as I just don't really have an opinion, real passionate.
No, I don't eat them a lot, but a raisin in a cookie or something is good.
A raisin in the cookie?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, and in
a cookie.
Yeah, okay, I thought you said and. That was like a
it's
weird
a
treat.
delightful little snack.
Paper's not knowing much about Jagged Little Pill. What? The 795th greatest album of the 90s? Wake up, Jackie. Put on the headphones. Take a pill. Alanis is a real treasure in Canada and one Deadpool's finest conquest. The weekend approaches with great anticipation for cold weather, cuddle time with my betrothed, and a heating bill that challenges the concept of democracy and free markets. Looking forward to payday. Doug, that's from Bro Fallon.
Okay, Bro Fallon.
TMA all day, brother.
Yeah, here we go. Settle in.
Picture this, will you? A sleepy night in Canton, Illinois. The kind of town where the most exciting sound is a screen door slapping shut and a Ford Ranger idling at the boarded-up Dairy Queen. Yet, according to lore, on these very nights, the Deaver Brothers barn transformed into a Molly's Game-style den of action with tens of thousands of dollars mysteriously in play, even though the town's economy could be stored on a Casey's gift card stashed away in a Folgers can. Tables were packed with Canton's elite and not so elite local drug dealers, Burger King fry station artisans, Tractor Supply janitors, ranch hands, and public school prom queens from various decades who drifted in like they missed their cue. But these were the elite. And then came book buyback day at the local 4-H vocational school. On this day, minimum wage high schoolers supposedly bellied up to the felt with bankrolls big enough to destabilize the region. The floor was a carpet of Sour Patch Kids, Yogis, Texas-sized cinnamon rolls, and rivers of Code Red.
Oh.
Ridiculous or not, it was vintage Plowsy mythology. Hashtag Viva the Plowboy. Doug, that comes from Marv, and there's a period after his name.
Marv with a period after his name.
Well, Doug, the Blues lost again, and we're now 28 games in, and they have both the fewest wins and worst goal differential in the entire NHL. And if that's not bad enough, head coach Jim Montgomery admitted he bailed on Pulp Fiction halfway through, which means he never got to enjoy the GIMP scene.
It's true.
Wouldn't it be great if the players and coaches all watched Pulp Fiction together tonight in Ottawa, and it turned the season around and they started playing the Bring Out the GIMP clip on the Jumbotron at the Enterprise Center? Side note, did you Plops interviewed the GIMP IRL back in 2016?
Got to write better than that. Got to write better than that. Check your work. Look at it before you hit send.
Maybe if I include the word no, it changes it. Did you know Plops interviewed the GIMP IRL back in 2016?
Wow.
In real life, but no.
The real GIMP?
Who is this GIMP? Why is he chirping?
His face was never revealed.
Maybe Martin can book the GIMP as a surprise guest.
Be great.
I know a lot about setting my money on fire, degenning on random NBA games because some tout on Insta named Bear Down Cuz told me to, and it's great. How's Libby Jack? We got to bring that back. How about that whole deal? Pale should stick to movies and go degen on some Oscars futures and maybe stop betting on the league that's currently mired in a sports betting scandal. If you or someone you know wagered on the Lakers Raptors under based on the secondhand gambling advice relayed by a Pale radio producer, call 1-888-BETS-OFF. That's from Buck Swope, DBA, the Recessed Lady's Breast. And that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today.
Swope.
I have a question. It's what you got.
Okay. Today, I'm going to cast my vote with a fellow by the name of Marv, with a period at the end of his name.
It's about time somebody had the nerve to take Big Raisin to task. I'm going Need for Seed.
Oh, I like Buck Swope.
I'm going with Marv. Marv is one. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Congratulations to Marv. BK and Ferrario are up next from the Centene Center. Time for us to shut it down. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.